waited for an hour or two. The voted passed, the bill went through, and this is where it seems we need to start. Depending on the choice you made, a promise not to be afraid, and let others decide what's best for you. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. Now it seems that time sits still. Their remedies just made you ill, and all you have to show is everything. So pack the bags inside your mind and take what you can't leave behind, and know you did all that you could do. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. All the water across the fire, it ain't been enough for you. You would have walked across the fire, it ain't been enough for you. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It wasn't 104 days of summer vacation, but man, it felt like it. We are live in our new studio, the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios, as we get rolling with show number 1 of the next round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Scott Forrester, all here live. If you're watching on YouTube, hello, this is how I look. Probably since the last time you saw me on television, I've lost every ounce of hair, and I'm debating on wearing glasses or not.
And you've lost like 40 pounds. I had that dream last night. We talked about dreams. I don't know if it was in a Mystery Fifth Hour. I don't know if it was months ago, years ago, where one of you guys, I don't know if it was Rocky or Brown, also has the dream where you lose the teeth.
That's Rockstar, I think, right?
I lose the teeth and they're connected by string. You just keep pulling it like it's not a joke.
Mine was out and had a contraption with it last night. So my left front tooth was completely gone. I told you guys about the story that I lost both my front teeth in the 1998 SEC championship game. When Wayne Matkin had the one opportunity for Mississippi State to ever win an SEC championship game. That night I lost both my teeth, but I did again last night in that dream. So I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
It's one of those insecurity dreams, I think.
Well, mine's always I'm out in public only in my underwear.
Well, at least you're not fully naked.
I am not. I think I've had the one, though, where I'm fully naked, too.
Are you wearing the underwear you typically wear, like boxer briefs?
No, that's the weird thing.
Do you go with the tighty whities?
That's the weird thing is it's tighty whities a lot of times, and I don't even own tighty whities. So I don't know whose underwear I'm wearing. So technically,
that is more concerning
really
about
is.
your dream than the fact that you're in tidy whities.
So technically, I'm in a dream I'm wearing someone else's underwear.
Was that uppity Fruit of the Loom back in the Mud Puddle days?
Oh yeah, I mean,
so you couldn't. Was there like a generic brand of Fruit of the Loom?
I mean, I don't know who all sponsors we have, but I think Hanes was a step down below Fruit of the Loom.
BVD.
BVD. That's what it was. Yeah.
I rolled and got BVDs. I thought that was above Fruit of the Loom.
Because I think when Sam's, what was the Sam's Club? Sam's Club. When it became big, I think BBD was where you would get that, like in bulk.
We haven't talked sports in so long that we may go 4 hours today and never hit this. We've just continued the Mystery Fifth Hour. Is all we've done.
BVDs?
Yeah.
I was just thank God I woke up with a tooth. I mean, seriously, it was one of those really real-like dreams.
Right.
Is BBD not a musical group from the 90s?
No, it was ABC BBD, Bill Biv DeVoe.
Yeah.
No, but that's the Asian boy band now.
It was Flip It. That's BTS.
Yeah, BTS. Close.
Yeah.
That's 3
Close,
letters.
yeah.
I Google BVD. The first thing I get is bovine viral diarrhea, which sounds. I mean, could you imagine?
BBV was Bell Biv DeVoe, right?
Yeah, I thought it was BVD. Bill Biv DeVoe.
Too many initials.
You can still get it on Amazon.
That was Flip It, Smack It, Wipe It Down. That was the
No.
That's it. That was it.
Flip it, wipe it down. They're working in a car wash. Just rub it down.
Oh, my dreams before we do first shows was about Joey Gatewood. I dreamed he went into the transfer portal again. Is that going to happen? Is Gatewood on the move again? And is he going to end up at a place like, I don't know, UCF, where every former Auburn player seems to be ending up?
If you can't quarterback at Kentucky, you got issues.
No,
I mean,
you're right. It's the worst offense in the SEC, isn't it?
The worst passing offense, I think, 4 consecutive years in the SEC. So if you can't break into that rotation, and he seems like, look, I don't know Joey Gatewood. He was going to be the next Cam Newton, according to some.
You thought he'd be the starter this year, though, didn't you?
No, I thought that Levis was going to be the guy. Just seeing him for a little bit.
Did
at Penn
you really?
State. No, I really did.
Truthfully, I didn't even know Will Levis was on the team.
Yeah, I thought Levis was going to be the guy just based on the minutes or the moments I saw. And there was a reason that Mark Stoops wanted to go out and get him. I don't think they had a lot of confidence in Gatewood, but apparently he's never going to be Cam Newton. I don't know if you guys realize that yet.
I'm willing to agree with you on that one.
Yeah, outside of the same size as Cam Newton, I don't think he's got any of the same skill set whatsoever. I don't know where he transfers now. I mean, I'm almost to the point, if I'm him, it didn't work out at 2 SEC schools from Auburn to Kentucky. You continue to go down, CUSA maybe.
Yeah, but you're a year sit out now. I mean, not that you have to.
Well, I think he's got to get an exemption now.
Yeah, he's got to get an exemption. So he may not necessarily have to sit out a year, but realistically, if you're going to transfer at this point of camp, you're not going to go anywhere and get any significant playing time unless you're on an awful football team.
Right.
I mean, it's going to require an awful football team.
Yeah, and it seems like there's more teams that are really secure in their quarterback situation, and the ones that aren't, seems like they have like 2 capable quarterbacks.
So Joey Gatewood could be back in the portal as Kentucky names their starting quarterback. And we got a couple of quarterbacks named over the weekend. We'll get into that. But it is Penn State transfer Will Levis, 6'3", 222, who I think is known actually more for running the football than he is throwing the football. He's a really good runner at Penn State. If you watch the Iowa game last year, he did more running than he did throwing in that game. And I thought you had your super wizard, L.A. Ram offensive coordinator guru, who was coming to change the Kentucky offense. And it looks like you've gone to, who was the wide receiver that was the quarterback, makeshift quarterback?
Oh, Jerry Wilson.
Yeah.
Who actually did a really good job
Yeah.
based on a fact that he couldn't throw a football at all.
So it looks like that's where they're going back to. Will Levis is a guy who is known as much for his legs as his arm.
Well, I mean, when you say that, I mean, he's got 55 career attempts throwing the football, and he ran the ball 82 times. So, yeah, I mean, he actually runs the football more than he throws it.
It can, but it literally almost has to be an improvement, doesn't it? Almost. It almost has to be.
I mean, you look
All right,
at
let me word it this way. It can't get any worse.
Kentucky's offense over the last couple of years. 26 points, 27 points. Last year, 21.8 points. In 2020 college football, when you're averaging less than 22 points per game, you can't win football games.
That's true.
You don't want to,
Especially in the SEC.
You don't win a lot of games. So that's our jumping off point today. We appreciate you joining us live on YouTube. You can watch the show, and you don't have to watch it live, but we are live until 1 o'clock. 9 to 1 will be the time for the show, and then it's there forever, I'm told. Boy, that sounded really old. I'm told on YouTube, once you go live, Rockstar, it is then there forever.
Now, once you get on your Prodigy and your AOL,
That's right. Down right up.
I don't know if people actually, if this is just the running joke when you're on camera, and you guys have done a lot more TV. I mean, Dunaway's done TV for, close to 50 years. And, you have been doing it a long time. And Brown, you've been on a pretty good run of TV yourself.
That's right.
Everybody has told you, make sure you don't pick your nose on TV. And, I'm going to try my best not to pick my nose, but you say it's here forever. Was it the assistant? Was it Tom Asbury for Alabama?
That was picking his nose on the bench? Yeah, I think it was Tom Asbury.
The greatest coach, though, is
But I think he ate it, too.
Yeah, he ate it.
He ate it. Yeah, he ate it.
The greatest coach, though,
Spalding.
is that German soccer coach, right? Who
Yeah.
runs
Yeah,
the one
his
that's-
finger through his
he goes back.
pants.
He goes to the back and the front, then does the old sniff.
Yeah, that's
No, he
right.
doesn't.
Yeah. Oh,
He
you've never
sniffed
seen that?
It's like
No.
a it's like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
nervous
We
tick.
talked about it on the air.
I really haven't seen that. I've caught people like at restaurants, kind of trying to do the subtle and just
That
did I wear my deodorant or not? Like from the underarms.
This guy does it, LT. It's all over YouTube. So when you're not watching us
Yeah,
live,
I'm probably not going to Google that.
don't do it during the show. You've been the last 60 days, technology-wise, has been an adventure with you. That's an entire mystery fifth hour on its own. But this guy on the sideline in the middle of the game, he gets so nervous, he will throw his hands in his pants, as Rockstar said, front and back, and it's like breaking one of those salt things and getting a sniff. He brings it up and takes deep sniffs. He doesn't even know he's doing it.
Oh, he's got to know he's doing it.
Don't you put something on your hands like for thumb suckers? Wasn't there something that you would put on the kids' fingers where they wouldn't suck the thumb
Sometimes they
anymore?
put like Tabasco sauce, but I
Yeah.
got if you can see what the
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
do
try to get
see.
to.
Yeah.
I'll try to get
I
him
mean, he
on.
looks like he
Rockstar's-
doesn't like to shower anyway.
So in our
But he
studio,
wears
there
the
you go.
scarf that Brown hates.
I do hate a scarf. So Rockstar's got a new toy in our
Oh, he
studio.
picks too. I never knew
Yeah.
he'd pick noses.
Rockstar's got a new toy where he can play videos for us to see.
Yep.
And,
And
he is-
eventually,
yeah.
we'll be able to throw those up on the screen. We
That-
should say
Here
that.
you go.
Here it
Here you
is.
go. Right
Here
there.
it is.
Watch that one.
I mean, that is full rearranging the nut dust right there.
And
Oh, yeah.
You must have been on vacation. We did a whole
Yeah,
segment on this guy.
I have never seen. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
he's going to the back now.
oh yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm gonna go
And-
old reference here. Burt Reynolds in the movie Sharky's Machine, which was filmed in Atlanta, and one of the final scenes. If you haven't seen him by now, it's your own fault. It was late '70s, early '80s. Anyway, they cut his fingers off on this boathouse.
Oh wow.
That guy needs to be fingerless.
Well, it
Just saying.
seems,
You can still use your nubs, man. You
seems excessive.
can still use your nubs. If I want to smell, I'm going to
He's
smell.
got to know that this is out there everywhere, right?
Oh, he
Oh, I'm
knows.
sure
He's
he
been
does,
asked
yeah.
about
How good of a coach is this guy?
What's the
pretty
German?
good.
Yeah, pretty good.
German
So is he the
soccer coach.
equivalent of back to Kentucky, Mark Stoops?
Well, they won the World Cup. The last World Cup was won by Germany.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Germany is basically like the Alabama and Clemson of
So he's
of
Greg
soccer,
Popovich.
right?
Let's
Yeah,
just,
yeah, he's
so
probably Pop. Yeah, smelling
Can you
his.
imagine what we would be saying about Pop if Pop was doing that?
Well, Robin on Twitter reminds us that Sark did that. You remember?
Oh, that's right.
Sark
don't.
did it in a game. Yeah,
Did a pinky pick and
yeah,
eat.
yeah. He was in the.
pick and eat.
He did. He was in the press box. Yeah.
I think I'm going to wear gloves just in case.
Oh, we've got those white gloves somewhere. So what
We've
piece?
got too many pairs of white gloves around here.
They're extra small though.
What piece of our furniture? Literally, we open the box of furniture. It's got white gloves in it.
Well, do you
Wait,
understand
how
what that
nice
is?
is this furniture?
I've learned.
No, I grew up in Saks. I have no clue.
No,
what
well,
it's
a
like.
white glove
really
delivery,
did.
right?
It is a white glove. I've learned way too much about furniture over the last couple of months, but you can get where we can assemble the furniture ourselves, which I know you guys have enjoyed.
Which we've done that.
Or
yes.
you can get the white glove delivery where they actually bust it out of the box. They technically don't put the white gloves on, but it comes with a pair
Oh,
of
so
white
they
gloves.
pack the gloves for whoever runs out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I threw 'em.
Shout out to John, who's watching in the state of Michigan. Go Sparty. He's watching in Michigan. He's got a nice screenshot there. We appreciate that a ton. C. Ray, man, I miss these voices. Congrats, and thank you for being back. Thank you guys for listening. Chris says, typical banter. First conversation live is about underwear. Normality is finally here.
Hey, and look what your daughter made. I think she made it for you, but she gave it to me. I don't know if you saw this.
Yeah, she did. It's like the back to school. Yeah. It says my first day at the studio, and it's got the date.
I
today.
took my picture and I'm on social media.
No,
it's
that was
like
really
the
sweet.
chalkboard. Yeah,
That was fantastic.
that's my oldest daughter, Anna Kate, junior in high school, starting her second day of junior.
We'll have a lot of thank yous late in the show, but you know the way we do things. We don't like to make it about us. But we will tell you this is just our jumping off point. We have so many more bells and whistles when it comes to our YouTube videos that we can't do yet. We're still working and getting that to the process. But we've got a bunch more to offer. So we're just going live today because it was time to finally start going live again. And we want to say thank you to all the great sponsors who have called us up and joined us here on our new venture, The Next Round. And that includes our friends at Hemp Hill. And if you want normality, there is nothing more normal than in the middle of our banter here is to drop a little sponsorship, something we've been doing for years here on The Next Round.
I really think it's clockwork. Like every 6 months, something in my house is going out. And so my upstairs AC unit went out. And you guys know that Hemp Hill, they're my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. So they came out day of. Just courteous, professional. They're awesome. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
Chris Pallone listening in New York City, congratulating us and rolling. Thanks for watching, Chris. We should explain that Rockstar's cameras is one of the cameras we don't have working right now.
Yeah, we're getting that on the YouTube chat. That should be up. I think they were going to have that up today, but sometime in the near future, Rockstar will be on camera.
Because y'all told me to go shirtless today. So
We did, yeah.
And
Hey, you've got a uniform. It's almost like back to the Flints that I'll bring up. They,
wow.
Well,
That's
they went
family.
to OLS, so they were the first that I knew that wore the school uniform.
Right.
Because everybody in my neighborhood either went to Hall Kent or Edgewood.
For anybody who hasn't watched the Mystery Fifth Hour, the Kents are a family.
Flints.
The Flints are a family.
Family of 10.
That live next door to you.
Yeah, they lived up the street.
Yeah.
But I would see them wear their uniforms every day to school to OLS. Rockstar has just got a uniform of T-shirts.
I do. I got about like 5 or 6 that I rotate.
I'm not sure I'm going to like everybody watching this or not
But
because
it's a little late for that.
for years and years, my job is to sort of navigate us through this wild ride for 4 hours, and people are already sensing that they can tell my body language that Jim is trying to get out of the nose-picking conversation into a sponsorship. I mean, we've already gotten that tweet already. So do I have a body language that looks like I'm ready for a conversation to end and move on? And people are asking, is my shirt rolled up, or is it actually a capri shirt? Is there such a thing called a capri shirt?
He's so
Capri
uncomfortable.
pants.
He really is.
I don't know about a capri shirt.
But if there was one, Jim would wear it.
You know, the interesting thing here is like, so you've done television forever, and normally when you have like weird banner, and we've talked about this before, between anchors, it is the worst banner, the most uncomfortable thing, that fill of time for 30 seconds.
That's why I think I always kept a job in television. It's
Why?
because much like you guys on this show, I just kept it real when I was doing the banter stuff, and I thought I was really good at that. I was horrible at reading the teleprompter.
Well, you can't do a good banner unless you've got somebody that does good banner with you.
Well, yeah, you got to have somebody to give it back.
Yeah. So we're off and rolling today. We have interesting guests coming up later on. First show, you're always sort of, you want to make sure you got friends on the show just in case something technically goes wrong. This will be the first phone call we take coming up to start the second hour of the show.
You've already rolled your sleeves up because one person said
One
something.
person
Well,
is going
I'm
to get you to
just-
roll your sleeves down?
I forgot we were on again. I couldn't tell so everybody just saw me button them up.
And all I've got to say is the end seam's a little too long on the sleeve.
I knew that was about to happen. Didn't you, Rockstar? You could see that coming. Jim will be shirtless for the next thing. You know.
No, he won't.
He
won't.
He'll have a dress change. It's going to be like a share show.
We've got some.
Were you shirtless all summer, by the way?
See what Jim is wearing in hour number 2 coming up a little bit later on.
We've got next round shirts. Do you want a next round shirt?
No, I'm going to wear this baggy capri shirt the rest of the show. It looks like I'm on a Seinfeld episode in the 90s. Joel Klatt is with us, Fox Sports. He'll be with us to start hour number 2. That is coming up in about 44 minutes as you listen along with us here. Trash on the Table will roll every day, somewhere around 11:25, 11:30 as you plan your new schedule here. And Marty Smith will join us in the 4th hour of the show during your lunch hour. If you're watching and listening live, he'll be with us at 12:24. We will eventually give you a complete tour of Double Down Media up here, the Next Round studios and the offices. We've got a green room. We've got stories to tell about the furniture and all of that. But as we get into what went on over the weekend in college football, it was a big scrimmage weekend. And in that, we heard a lot coming out of Auburn. We heard a lot coming out of Tuscaloosa and some really positive news from UAB. We'll start with UAB, where the Blazers defense really dictated, other than the first drive that Tyler Johnson III led the Blazers on for a touchdown drive. After that, it was the defense that flexed their muscle. And this Blazer team now starts week 3 of camp today, and they are 16 days away from their game with Jack State. And as we get back into the flow of this, we know now that we're very close to a sellout for the Liberty game. If you don't have your Liberty tickets, right now, you need to go get them today. That thing is going to be a sellout on October the 2nd.
It'll be a sellout one way or the other, because I guarantee you if they're short, some Birmingham business will step up and sell that out. I mean, you want historically for that first game to be a sellout. So,
right.
I mean, it will be a sellout.
And this is just a random question. Has there ever been a first-round NFL quarterback draft selection that played at UAB? Not at UAB. I'm talking about
played a game against UAB at UAB.
Yeah.
I'm off the cuff. I'm going to say no,
because most people think Malik Willis is going to be a top 15 guy for Hugh Freeze.
I mean, where did Brett Favre get drafted? He played there.
No. Oh, he played Alabama.
Against UAB. He played Alabama there.
Yeah, I'm talking about against UAB, because I think that's what you're going to see on October 2nd.
You know, one thing didn't change with the new show is I don't hear the complete question. I answer before I listen.
Yeah, outside of the Georgia game, I mean, right now, if I had to list this UAB Liberty game, I think I would have UAB a slight favorite, 1 or 2.
Really?
Yeah.
At home over Liberty.
Yeah.
That defense, I mean, I'm not surprised at what you're saying about the defense, because that's what Bill Clark, that's what we've grown accustomed to.
That's right.
I mean, if anything, they've been offensively challenged. I mean,
that's fair.
I mean, they have been, right? I mean,
I'm not going to push back on that.
They've generally been a really good run team, but they did lose Spencer Brown, obviously. He was one of the best running backs in school history. Generally, they've been a really good run team, but they've been offensively challenged. But they live on that defense, and that's what Bill Clark coaches.
I mean, you think about it. 3 years ago, they gave up 17 points per game. The last couple of years, under 22 points per game. You're going to win a lot of games defensively, but the offense, 28 points per game, it's got to get better.
You know, I just noticed the chat going. Quentin just said, why does Jim only look at Lance? And before he had sent that in, I found myself always looking at Lance and not looking over here to you, Brown.
This is going to kill him.
I know.
A little Brown time.
Of all the people, Dunaway has
Do I
been.
need to take this chat down?
No, I'm glad it's up. We'll give feedback to the people on the chat. Yeah.
The camera, you're the one that should be most comfortable being on camera of all of us.
I'm very comfortable.
Okay.
I'm not even sweating much.
These are LED
I see
lights.
Nut Dust is posted in case you start sweating.
Yeah.
I did bring some on set for you.
Yeah, I noticed
thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
I don't need it brought for me. I have it on, my friend. Nut Dust. Appreciate you guys being with us. UAB scrimmage over the weekend. If you're looking for it, the wide receiver Trey Shropshire. I'm not sure I nailed that name.
Well, you actually did. And that is one you should completely fumble.
Yeah,
so good work by you.
He was great deep, and UAB got it going 16 days from today. The Blazers open up our season in state, Jack State down in Montgomery on a Wednesday night in national TV. We will talk about Auburn and Alabama's quarterback situation and some other quarterbacks that were named QB1 over the weekend as we get rolling here. Our first commercial break ever right here on the Next Round with LT, D&B, Rockstar, and Forrester, all right here on the Next Round Network.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The next round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire next round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The next round kickoff Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
Okay, we still want you to interact with us on Twitter as you've always done, especially if you're listening on the app. And we've got a phone number to call. We're going to push and try to get calls at some point today. If you want to jump in, 205, got a lot of confidence, don't I, and everything? We didn't get as much practice in on the equipment as I'd hoped.
Yeah.
Would you say we got it all going at the 11th hour?
10 and a half.
10 and a half hour?
Over under on Jeff from Anniston calling in.
I don't know.
Here's the numbers, the new number. If you're calling our old number, they're confused this morning. But this is the number, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. And we will give you a Next Round logo T-shirt. If you can make that spell anything we can use on the air, you make it usable.
But you and I both came up with the same thing.
Yeah. It's not going to happen. I don't think that works.
205-734-0923 at Next Round Live on all of our social media platforms. You can jump in. You can also do it on our chat if you're watching on YouTube. Ryan, Jim already getting notes in the commercial break. Boy, he's messing up.
People are so perceptive.
Yeah, I know.
Just looking at one
I
thing.
know.
My God.
The cameras might have been a bad idea.
John says, I guess that's a water sponsorship you have. Apparently not. You guys have ripped off the labels now. And a lot of other things are rolling in.
Got to
Jimmy,
pay to play, Dunaway.
I forget we've lost it. So many are coming in, but one guy said, Dunaway, in the commercial break, you look like you could use a compliment. So your eyebrows are growing in nicely. If you were with us during our soft open at SEC Media Days, I shaved my eyebrows off by accident, and they are coming back.
Yeah.
It's a slow grow, I think.
That is straight up peach buzz.
Yeah. I look like I'm ready to pitch for the Bad News Bears right now. Back in the day. OKU. Part of our show today, by the way, is brought to you by our friends at Alabama Men's Clinic, my friends at Alabama Men's Clinic. Take a second to listen to me this morning, guys. If you have problems sleeping, if your energy's down, your workout's not the same, if your libido's down, your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. You can come in, get a medical consultation, some blood work done. If medically advised, you start your low T treatments that day in the office, and your visit is free. I stopped by and saw these guys, a great setup they have right in Homewood. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression of low T, and most men wait a year or longer before even getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and much, much more is as simple as getting that low T checkup right now at Alabama Men's Clinic, located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000, alabamamensclinic.com. You can log on right there. All right, Auburn. We'll start with their quarterback situation. You'll hear Brian Hartson in a second about two quarterbacks. But as we're moving into another week of camp and classes are starting down at Auburn, does anybody out there really think that Bo Nix is not going to be the quarterback of this football team when they play Akron?
I don't. I was looking at Justin Hokanson, who's now on 3 Sports, friend of ours, used to intern with us back in the day, and he said Demetrius Davis was the guy that actually had the good scrimmage. I think most people probably didn't think that would be the guy that would contest Bo Nix for the starting job, that it would be TJ Finley, but apparently Davis impressed people. It would be shocking to me if Bo Nix is not your starter for the first 2 games.
I would agree. I do think Brian Harsin, and look, he didn't say this wasn't going to happen. I think TJ Finley's going to play against Akron, and I could see Finley play an entire half against Akron. I mean, Finley and Davis, we see this sometimes when you see a number 3 have a lot of success in these scrimmages against other 3s.
Yeah.
And the rumor is, though, that Finley is pushing Nix. I agree with you. I think Nix is going to be the starting quarterback. I think it will be, if Nix is to lose this job, it will be on Nix. It will be turnovers. But I think TJ Finley's going to push him. And you and I've got a stake bet. I know we haven't brought that up on our first show back. But I do believe sooner or later, TJ Finley's going to start a game.
I want you to listen to Brian Harsin after the scrimmage. Now, they went Saturday night at Jordan-Hare Stadium because Brian Harsin and his staff wanted it to simulate the atmosphere for the night kick in the opener at Jordan-Hare Stadium. They had a little thunderstorm, so they got to get a lightning practice in of shutting down and going into the locker room and waiting for an hour and then coming back out and practicing. So it was late night on Saturday night when Brian Harsin finally met the media via Zoom, and he gets this question about the possibility of having a 2-quarterback system this year down at Auburn.
Is there an opportunity where you would have 2 quarterbacks playing on September 4th, or are you kind of sticking to one guy by the end of this with the depth chart?
Yeah, well, come September 4th, I've done that before, so that's not out of possibilities. And let's be clear, that's not what we're working towards right now. I mean, right now we're developing each quarterback to go out there and play the position and be the quarterback. I've used multiple quarterbacks for situational things, and because guys deserve to play at that position. I've coached some good players, starters and backups.
So that's Brian Harsin. I don't think it's the first game. We expect multiple quarterbacks to be played against Akron and against Alabama State, don't you? I don't care where you are. You want to play a lot of quarterbacks in those games.
No, you do. But here's the thing is, and I think Brian Harsin's in a tough spot on this because you want to try to, whoever your backup is, whether it's Davis or Finley, I think you want to try to get them in with the ones against the ones, right? I want to get him in maybe even first quarter if I can, third possession, something like that. When the game is still a game, the other team's not demoralized.
Right.
And I've got him playing with my ones against other ones. But right now, because of the change in system, the change in coaching, and all the new personnel, those snaps are just as critical for Bo Nix.
Well, right. I mean, he's got to get acclimated to Mike Bobo's offense
Right.
still. You think about the wide receivers. You lose your top 3 wide receivers. We know that Tank Bigsby is going to be the focal point of this offense, but you got to build that rapport for Bo Nix.
That's right.
So it is a tricky balance right now for Brian Harsin and the way he's going to handle this. I do think we'll see a lot of TJ Finley the first couple of weeks. And TJ Finley started 4 games in the SEC, but he doesn't have the experience, a 2-year starter that Bo Nix does. So week 3 at Penn State, I still think Bo Nix, that's going to be the situation where Bo Nix maybe plays the entire game. And that will be kind of the barometer where we will know where Bo is in year 3.
If you haven't seen much of Finley or Davis, even if Bo Nix is struggling, they're not going to throw him out, I wouldn't think, against Penn State. So, if those guys –
I don't think we'll see Davis this entire year.
You don't think so?
No.
So you think it's either Finley or Nix?
I think it's Finley or Nix.
And if you went to the window right now, Bo Nix starts in Happy Valley.
I think Bo Nix will start in Happy Valley. Then Georgia State will be really interesting, that kind of buffer game between Penn State and LSU. If Bo Nix doesn't play well against Penn State and Finley really has been pushing him, then it gets interesting.
I think Bo Nix the whole season.
I think Dunaway agrees with you.
Yeah.
That's where I am on my stake, is Bo Nix all year.
I said the same thing last year for the record about Mac Jones, and everybody thought it was going to be – that Bryce Young was going to push Mac Jones, and I said I think Mac Jones will play the whole season. I don't think you'll see much Bryce Young. I'm not quite ready to go there with Bo Nix because it is a new coaching staff, but I think Bo Nix starts every game this year.
Well, look, you've got more experience on the offensive line. Again, Tank Bigsby is going to be not only one of the biggest stars in the SEC, he's going to be one of the best backs in college football. So, again, I think that's going to be the emphasis of this offense. But I go back, if Bo struggles against Penn State, then you've got that Georgia State game to kind of figure this out and balance the reps. And how ironic would it be if TJ Finley got his first start as an Auburn Tiger against LSU in Tiger Stadium?
Phone caller standing by. We'll get to that in a second. But, Rockstar, I want to give you a little Nick Saban here from Saturday after their scrimmage as well on Bryce Young. And if you go back and listen to every Nick Saban news conference after the first scrimmage, they always seem to sound the same. If it's about a quarterback, he'll say the quarterback did this, but the team's got to play better around him. It's got to be a commitment to X. He almost says the same thing every year because it's a building process for Nick Saban. He expects his team to be at one place after the first scrimmage, another place after the next scrimmage. On Bryce Young, here's Nick Saban from Saturday night.
I think Bryce did a good job today. I think we, have to play well around Bryce. At times today, I didn't think, maybe we did as good a job of that as we need to. It's all 11 guys. It's the offensive line, it's the receivers, it's all 11 guys, so that he'll have, more opportunities to make plays. But I think when he had opportunities today, he did a really good job. So, I was pleased with his performance. I'm sure if you ask him, he'll be the first one to say, he's looking forward to working to, try to improve and, improve the production overall in terms of our execution on offense, and that's what's going to make us better.
One positive that is coming out of this Alabama camp, because Bryce Young's going to be a mobile quarterback, is how good the rest of the quarterback room is looking, according to sources inside the team. That Bryce Young is looking really good at starting quarterback, but there are other guys in that rotation that are playing better than most people thought they could play, I think.
Well, I think most people believe, Brown, that Jalen Milroe is going to be that number 2. But
I do.
I'm hearing that Paul Tyson is really playing well. I heard he played well in the scrimmage on Saturday. I heard Bryce struggled in the scrimmage on Saturday.
3 touchdowns, 1 pick were the numbers, but you don't know, again, that's so situational. Sometimes those are, they just want to work on goal line, so they give the offense the ball on the 10. He might throw it. It didn't mean he led them down the field. So I don't think you can always just go by the scrimmage numbers. And those are Bryce Young's, to be clear, and not Paul Tyson's.
It is amazing. We'll preview Florida in our 40 and 40 coming up in a little bit, and everybody talks about Emory Jones has only got 86 career attempts. Bryce Young's only got 22
I know.
career attempts. But we just assume, based on how good this offense has been, And not only that, you've got a new offensive coordinator in Bill O'Brien. I mean, you're missing a slew of weapons that'll be playing on Sundays in the next couple of weeks.
I don't want to say shocked, but when you look at how bad Alabama beat people last year, I mean, basically in that back half of the schedule, they destroyed people. How little you actually saw Bryce Young. I mean, if you think about it.
But Nick Saban's always played to that NFL. It doesn't really matter what the score is. Our guys are going to play deep.
But, I mean, Bryce Young barely touched the field in meaningful situations, and Alabama was blowing people out. And then I'll say another thing about Nick Saban, too. You say anything you want about the guy. One thing he generally does not do is run the score up on people. Like, I can't think of a time at Alabama where he has just flat out obviously run it up on people.
Now, it looks bad because the halftime score is so bad, and there's nothing you can really do about it.
He runs it up in the
point.
second quarter, right? Yeah.
Tyler, Cody, and everyone reacting very excitingly in the YouTube live chat right now to Paul Tyson playing well over in Tuscaloosa. Let's go to Todd, who, according to the call screen, is listening in Seattle. Todd, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Am I the first caller?
Yeah, you are.
First caller, man.
Yeah.
Hey, all right. First caller on the new show. I have missed you guys. Gosh, it's been a long summer.
So you're legit in Seattle? You listen to us in Seattle?
Negative. I am from Oxford, Alabama. I'm the guy who his son won the Hero of the Day thing in the submarine. He's on a Submariner.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
I'm out here visiting him, and you'll never guess what I brought him.
A next round T-shirt.
A can of nut dust.
Boy, I bet that's handy in a submarine.
On a submarine, you got to have a whole canister of that, don't you?
So, Todd, how long is he actually, below sea or whatever the proper terminology is? Because I met a guy this past summer that was a maintenance guy at a place I was staying down at the beach, and he said that they didn't see topside for 90 days at times.
Well, he told me the boat he's going to be on is underwater 300 days a year.
Oh, my
Shut
God.
the door.
Oh, my God.
Rockstar.
Shut the door.
I'm claustrophobic in an elevator.
Oh.
I wanted a bigger studio here, Todd, just because I felt claustrophobic in the old one. 300 days.
We actually got family. I'm out here to visit him because yesterday was family day, and they let us actually go out onto the boat and tour the boat.
Okay, be honest.
Right.
What does it smell like?
Those are cramped quarters, too.
What does it smell like inside the boat? Like, do they have candles lit to make it smell like Christmas down there, or does it smell like
have some
a locker
fire
room?
burning?
It smelled fine. I mean, it was pretty clean. Everything was great. But you're right. It is very claustrophobic. There is not wasted space anywhere on that boat.
Wow.
It was
No,
awesome.
thank you. Yeah.
Well, enjoy Seattle.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually trying to get back to the airport. My flight leaves in about an hour, so I'm probably going to miss it.
Well, you'll be delayed anyway.
Yeah, that's right. You'll hear the whole show.
Well, come on home, man. We
Thank
need
you, Todd. Yeah.
Hey, our first cow and
right,
equipment
guys.
poll question is up right now on our chat over on YouTube. Who starts the Iron Bowl this season, Bo Nix or TJ Finley? You can go vote there. I don't know if Forrester, if any of you could tell me, does that also go out on Twitter or any other platform, or is that just on YouTube chat?
Did you guys like submarine movies? I know we got to get to the sponsor here.
Yes.
But I love
submarines.
literally the guy's name was Al, and actually he's friends with Herb Winches, radio great.
Oh, wow.
Birmingham broadcasting legend, and Herb told me about this Al guy, and so we're sitting by the pool, and he's just telling me these incredible submarine stories where they're in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and they would pull up, and just to get a break and get a little exercise, they had treadmills down below, but they would have one guy up with two paddles, and like it was a green paddle, you were clear, there were no sharks in the water. If they put up the red paddle, then they had spotted a shark. And the guy was up there with an AR prepared to take out sharks when everybody's just swimming around the Indian Ocean.
Boy, I bet when that red paddle goes up, it looks like that scene in Titanic where they're all scrambling for the door or whatever.
Old colorblind Carl. Sorry, guys. My bad.
He said there were two submarine movies that were pretty accurate.
Okay.
Now, one's like old school. You probably would. Yeah, I mean, you've probably heard of it.
Down
Das Boot.
Periscope with Kelsey Grammer.
Oh, I watched Das Boot.
Yeah, Das Boot.
Yep.
But then there was one that's more modern.
U571?
Nope.
No.
Run Hunt for the Red October.
It was Hunt for Red October.
Hunt for Red October is fantastic.
love that
Yeah,
movie.
I think it's probably the best. I mean, Crimson Tide's pretty cheesy.
And I thought the best Jack Ryan actually was Alec Baldwin.
Oh, I agree.
Wait, you think Crimson Tide is cheesy?
Yeah, come on, man.
Come on.
What was his dog's name? Bear?
Yeah. When what is the saying? You've got the con. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you got the con.
You got the con. I've always used that.
I know you have.
Yeah, from that movie. That's why I
You
do it.
probably had a dog named Bear growing up, too.
Todd, thank you for the phone call, and thanks for voting in our Cowan Equipment poll question. LT is brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, and our friends at Cowan Equipment, they're proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture, and they would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us at cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, that is cowan.com.
Our number one right now, and our Bud Light, the show that's brought to you by Bud Light and our Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. It's the Next Round. You're watching live on YouTube, you're listening live on the app, or you're listening to a replay stream of this. My favorite part of our new venture is that when this show ends live at 1 o'clock on the app, if you want to listen on the drive home, grilling out tonight, before you go to sleep, you just hit that app, and the show is playing 24 hours a day, just like you're listening to it live. I love that. So make sure you download the app and make sure that you follow, listen, rate, subscribe. Is that close, Brown?
That's close enough, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, rating and subscribing really helps us. So subscribe and rate and leave a comment. My favorite part of the new venture is I rolled out of the sack at 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I got up at 6:20.
Yeah, that's my favorite part.
I mean, this was the first day that I have set an alarm since June 11th.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah, that was nice, not setting an alarm.
A little later for Brown, Rockstar, and me, we need to talk about that someday, the way you were out of town when everything else happened.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wasn't my
day.
fault.
One day we'll talk about it all.
Daughter's birthday,
Yeah.
man, priority.
Here's a fan. There's going to be some stuff hitting it soon. I'm out of town.
Adios, fellas.
This is the Next Round right here on all the platforms.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
The Next Round is sponsored by Mortgage Right. Looking to purchase or refinance a home? Act now before rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide lending directly to home buyers. Our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. When it comes to mortgages, don't drive blind. Let the experts take the wheel. Visit MortgageRight.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. MortgageRight.com. NMLS ID 2239. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Back in the Next Round, presented by our friends at Bud Light, and of course here in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. LTD&B, Rockstar, and Forrester all with you. Scott Forrester, we didn't give him a proper welcome to the family. ABC 3340 sports photographer for years, great dude, huge White Sox fan.
I was about to say, man, as big as my fandom is for the Rams, I think he's right there with the White Sox.
Really?
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
He's got gear on nonstop.
And when Tim hit that home run the other night in the corn, I could hear him scream from his house in Moody down 280.
So, okay, we've been out of the game for a little bit. So that's how out of the game I was. I was at one of our fine sponsors, Walk-Ons, eating dinner, and I looked up, and it was on Fox. And in that setting, you know, we knew that game was going to happen. But, I mean, it was just incredible. They've got to do that every year.
Most watched baseball game in 16 years.
I'm not surprised. What do those tickets go for? I didn't see that, but I can only imagine with such a small venue.
At a place like that, it went for 2 bushels. Just as corny over here on the new platform.
I always thought that movie was a little bit overrated.
Field of Dreams.
And I know everybody loves the last, the toss with Dad at the end.
That's the part I don't like.
You just let corny go by, too.
I did. No, I called it.
Yeah, we got it.
I mean, some things I have not missed over the last 60 days. But the whole let's have a catch, I never had heard that phrase.
But I think it does hit home to guys that actually played catch with their dad.
Yeah.
I mean, if that was a big thing.
Like, you think the movie The Rookie is cheesy.
The
Dennis
Rookie
Quaid.
is awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a second. There's some teary moments
Well,
there.
what I was going to say
When he
is,
calls home?
That's what I was going to say is when he calls his son.
Some teary moments in 7.
Yeah, that's a dark
I
moment.
watched that the other day.
That's
it
a
was
good
so
movie, though.
randomly old.
That's almost a top 3 for me.
It's
I've
such a
almost
good
got it
movie.
to that point.
Such a good movie.
It really is.
We'll go to Jesse in Fort Payne after I tell you about our friends with Restoration Roofing. You know, that's my buddy Greg from Pell City. I just talked to Greg the other day, literally. Yes.
What are you guys? Remember T-Mobile used to have your top 5 or whatever? Greg's in your 5.
Yeah, Greg's in my circle. Greg from Pell City. And he's with Storm Restoration Roofing, respecting roofing contractors, one of the most in the industry. They are respected. They have what is known as an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau. And when I visit with Greg, one thing he tells me is that Restoration Roofing will take care of you. They've been doing it for my friends over the years. They even did it for my buddy Rockstar in there. It's easy to see why his company is so successful. They're locally owned. They've been locally owned for over 20 years. And really, when it comes to Storm Restoration Roofing, the best part about this, the customer service, but also They offer one of the best warranties in the industry. That's huge. Insurance companies trust these guys. That helps you out with your insurance as well. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after these recent storms, and we got more coming the next couple of days, you need to call Greg Nelson today, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City with storm restoration roofing right there. Hello, Jesse. He's in Fort Payne, and he joins us live on the next round. What's up, Jesse?
Not much, guys. Hey, long-time listener. Glad you guys are finally back live and really enjoying the first hour of the show so far.
Thank you, man. That means a lot.
Hey, I've got my 8-month-old daughter with me, so if you hear a scream or something, everything's okay.
Well, I've got LT with me, so if you hear a scream, for him, something happened with his new laptop.
Well, hey, two topics I wanted to touch on. First was, did you guys get a chance to see Jordan Love against the Texans the other night?
I did watch a little bit, and, he's a little nicked up. They don't think it's going to be anything serious. I thought he was okay.
Yeah. I wrote down,
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to beat out Aaron Rodgers. I mean, obviously, the question is.
Wait. Did Brown just go hot take? We don't have that edited yet.
No, but I do think for that organization,
it?
Jesse, it is
time.
This is a guy that we drafted with our first overall pick in 2019 or 2020. I lose track of the years now. And so he is obviously the future of this franchise. So we've got to get him reps, and we've got to figure out if he's ready or not. We said this months ago. If for whatever reason Aaron Rodgers wouldn't have come back, I think that's a 4-win Green Bay team with Jordan Love. They've just got to figure out the future.
Right.
I don't know if Jordan Love's ever going to be a quarterback that's, going to be good enough to take Green Bay to the playoffs consistently.
And that's where I was going. I was saying he's not going to beat out Brett Favre. You're watching him in preseason to see if post-Brett Favre, can we trust this guy? And
Aaron Rodgers.
Excuse me. Dunaway has me thrown off.
We'll shake the rust, I promise.
I mean, my goodness.
Hey, well, you threw me off. You interrupted me. But he is.
I'm sitting here.
We've got two Brett Favre references in the
I know,
first
it's
hour.
so bizarre.
I wasn't even listening. I was looking something up on the internet. I can't even take it anymore.
But your question, if you're Green Bay is he good enough to in the post Aaron Rodgers era? And in that one preseason game, he's not. But you're not judging him only on that, right?
Yeah, I go back last year. It was statistically the best offense in the NFL, and you start to look at really lack of weapons for Aaron Rodgers. It just shows you how good of a quarterback he is. So it doesn't even matter if Jordan Love ultimately is going to be a good quarterback. It's not even going to be close to one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen.
So we appreciate your call, Jesse, and thanks for listening in. You too can join the show in the next hour. 205-734-0923 is the number. 205-734-0923. On the YouTube chat, someone wanted me to look into the cameras. Scott, can you give me tight shot? Tight shot in the middle. Ready?
Yep.
I'm Batman.
The Michael Keaton.
Coach me up. I'm Batman.
Hey, true or false?
I am Batman.
I am Batman.
Has anybody in a pool ever asked you to say that?
One time, yeah. 1990?
So you still look, you already look like Keaton then, right?
That was after Keaton's first and I guess his only performance.
No, he did Batman Returns.
Okay.
89 and 91, I think.
Yeah,
92.
so it was after 89. It may have been in 89. I think the movie was out at the time.
I never really understood it until I saw Spotlight. And then
No, for me it was the founder.
Well, yeah, the founder too.
That's what he looked most like.
I haven't seen that movie yet, but when I saw
Great
Spotlight,
movie.
I was like, there's some Michael Keaton and Dunaway.
Yeah.
We don't talk a ton of NBA here. Congratulations to Eric Bledsoe. It looks like he is
They gave a load up.
Yeah, he's heading to L.A. Birmingham's Eric Bledsoe is going to be with the Clippers. They give up Patrick Beverly and Rajon Rondo to the Grizzlies to get Bledsoe, who is all-defensive player a couple of times in the NBA. What is Eric now? How old are we? Because he's 31 now, I think.
That's hard to believe. I remember having him in studio years ago, and such a good guy, and really an undervalued player for years. But I think that shows you. Rondo obviously is in the twilight of his career, and I guess you would say the same thing about Patrick Beverly. But to give up both those guys for Bledsoe,
yeah.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Redmond Vodka. Join us in the final hour of the show every day. Today, I think Bud Light's on the menu. We'll be drinking that. And then eventually, when we get some ice in this place, we'll be drinking some Redmont vodka.
Yeah, I got to figure out the ice. And Brown's going to love this. The bar is supposed to be delivered Wednesday.
Well, yeah, that's fine, but we had discussed a crushed ice maker.
Yeah, I know.
Is that not happening now?
Well, it's when I went to get it, it's a little bulky, and we don't have one of these lines that will to have an ice maker. You've got to have a line actually run up here.
Yeah,
we own the company now, Rockstar. Not a hard top of the hour thing here.
Yeah. Okay. We'll figure out the
we're close.
how we're going to do the vodka. Some people like to drink vodka neat. We got bottles in there right now. Anyway, locally owned and operated, Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim is clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled and available at your local package at ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin. It's Vulcan Gin. It's also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Fastest growing distillery in Alabama is Redmont, now available in Georgia and Mississippi, soon to be nationwide.
And don't forget, you can download the 1 hour and 1 minute and 30-second first hour of the show every day to your convenience right there at nextroundlive.com. Joel Klatt is our first guest on the show, and he is next in the second hour of the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulia, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $398 per month for a 24-month lease with only $2,900 down plus first payment, tax, title at delivery, 10,000 miles per year. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or online alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had, and it is all thanks to Sleep Outfitters. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It is so easy when you go to Sleep Outfitters and get that sleep outfitting done for you. We went to the 280 location, answered a few simple questions with their friendly staff, and in mere moments, they had us actually laying on beds to find the one we like the best. That Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress that we have is absolutely wonderful, and it's all thanks to the sleep outfitting at Sleep Outfitters. And now during Sleep Outfitters Labor Day Super Sale, save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. This week only, get a TV valued up to $300, yours free with qualifying purchases. Plus, get any size mattress for the everyday twin size price. Choose from all Sealy Outfitters and Sealy Posturepedic models and get fulls, queens, and even kings as low as $349. You save up to $500. You can also get interest-free financing for up to 6 years on approved credit and free premier delivery with any purchase $599 and up. So don't miss the Labor Day Super Sale now at Sleep Outfitters, 6 stores from Gadsden to the Galleria.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Officially, I had Lance being the first one talking with Forrester that Lance would be the first one to miss the start of a segment, not back in studio, because you can't cheat anymore. We're live on YouTube.
I know.
And it was Ryan Brown.
Well, I went to the restroom and I got stopped. That was my problem. Somebody was talking to me.
We love all the people on the 4th floor, and thank you to all the people listening on the 3rd floor who have sent great messages today. We have not heard from the 1st or 2nd floor in the Blue Lake Center.
I don't know if we
today.
know anybody. Well, yeah, I do know somebody on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, it's great. We're at the Blue Lake Center. That's where the Double Down Media studios are located. The next round right here. And if you ever get a chance to swing by, we're going to have an open house somewhere down the road. We'll let you know when you can swing by and just tour the place. That should be a lot of fun. We should tell you, though, that our kickoff our kickoff party is going to be at Walk-Ons, Highway 280, 119, coming up on August the 26th. That's a Thursday night, LT, and we're going to watch those Thursday night games. We got some good ones opening up that Thursday night, and we're going to have T-shirts. We're going to have magnetic schedules with our friends at Redmont Vodka. We're going to have food specials, drink specials, those logo T-shirts, and souvenir cups.
Yeah, we'll have souvenir cups, and we'll have the QR code. Look, you guys know how technically challenged I am.
Yes.
And this, honest to God, is the first laptop I've ever owned. I guess you guys realize that over the last couple of weeks.
Don't give away a whole
Play it off
podcast.
so well.
Yeah, I know. But we'll have the QR code. So for anybody that's like, oh, man, this is difficult to do, if I can do it, that's the first thing. But the second thing, you come out and we'll actually do it for you. We'll just scan your phone on the QR code and you'll have the app right there.
Yeah, and downloading that app on the West Coast will be Joel Klatt of Fox Sports. He'll be among our first West Coast downloads because it's early out there, so people are just waking up. What's up, Klatt? How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys? And by the way, before, I just wanted to give you guys a congratulations.
Well,
all right?
thank
This
you.
is exciting stuff for you guys. I'm excited.
It is. Didn't entirely know what to expect, but it has exceeded at least my expectations so far. I don't know about you. I'm not talking about today's show. I'm just talking about the whole process.
Yeah, my goal today was one microphone and one camera working, Joel. That was it.
Yeah, we're only one quarter down. We can still throw a couple of pick sixes here.
Yeah, Gabe's still tied. Trust me.
Life is all about expectation management, boys. That's why, that's why preseason rankings are so important.
Hey, trust me, we got a little Matt Corral in us. There could be 5 interceptions just in this interview.
Hey, speaking of preseason rankings, and I hate to jump right into sports with you, Joel, but Oklahoma did get 2 first-place votes. They're sitting at number 3 right now when you look at the coaches poll. And based on what I saw at the end of last year, Spencer Rattler looks the part of a Lincoln Riley quarterback. Alex Grinch has that defense dialed in. Is this the year Oklahoma not only gets back to a college football playoff for the 5th time in 7 years, but is this the year they finally win a game?
Yeah, I think that this modern iteration, right? So post 2008, because I think they had a great run. They dipped just a little bit, not a huge amount, but just a little bit, and then now they're kind of on another really solid run for them. And I think this is potentially, obviously, their best team of this modern iteration. And that's, that team that lost to Georgia in the Rose Bowl was a really good team, but that was really a one-sided team. Their defense was not strong enough. I think we all knew that. And yet their offense was so good and so potent that you thought that they could maybe overcome, which they almost did. This iteration is going to be a little bit different. I don't know if they can be the offense that team was under Baker Mayfield, but I think they can be close. They're going to be very powerful in the run game. I think they're going to be very good in the passing game. Spencer Rattler is going to be my Heisman Trophy favorite going into the season. Having said that, the most important part of what Oklahoma is bringing back is not even just their coordinator on defense and not even just returning starters, but I think it's the depth and quality of their defensive line. That's where they've been woefully short. And to be quite honest, everybody outside of Ohio State and Clemson has fallen woefully short of the requisite defensive line play to compete at the highest levels with the SEC champions of the world, right? And I think Oklahoma has that this year. They've got some depth. They've got pass rush. They have a quality, a requisite defensive line, and I think that's why you're seeing some of the excitement around Oklahoma as it relates to potentially getting to that playoff and winning a game.
The thing I respect most about Spencer Rattler is he really, he could have had his confidence wrecked, Klatt, when he lost his job midseason. And I
was doing that game.
Oh, that's right. You were, because it was in the Red River, right?
It was Red River, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that could have wrecked his confidence, and I got to give him a lot of credit for not allowing that to happen and being the quarterback he was down the stretch.
Well, when you wreck someone with a confidence level of infinity and you just cut it in half, he still has like exponentially high confidence.
That's a great point.
Right? So doing that game, it was so fascinating because I had done the Kansas State game, which they lost. So I had covered them kind of that early season pretty extensively, and there we're sitting in Red River, and he's making the same mistakes. And those mistakes were, I would say, they were born out of what I categorize as like quarterback greed. Okay, and it's not always just big plays; it's always just like quarterback plays, wanting to make the most dynamic quarterback play that you possibly could. What's the most dynamic throw on this concept? What's the what can I be doing in this and really put my fingerprint on this play, this drive, this game? That's kind of like quarterback greed.
Mm-hmm.
And when you operate like that, your offense doesn't tend to operate at its highest clip. That doesn't mean that when the offense is operating great, that the quarterback doesn't also play brilliantly. But there's this point, this equilibrium point, guys, where the quarterback is just operating the offense and yet can also play brilliantly. I think that you probably saw that, on a game in, game out basis with Mac Jones last year, right? To a certain extent. Like, he was a great game operator. It didn't mean he didn't play brilliantly, but he was a great game operator. And Spencer was not operating the offense. And so on their biggest stage, which is Red River, by far, their eyeballs for their program, their eyeballs nationally. Here's this immensely talented young player who gets put onto the bench by his head coach. That had to be an insanely embarrassing moment for him, right? He's had all this hype. He's got all this confidence to infinity, and he gets benched. When he came back in the game, from that point on, this dude ran Lincoln Riley's offense and became a much better quarterback. And I think that was a huge moment in his development. And if he can maintain some of that this year with all the hype of guys like me saying he should be the Heisman Trophy favorite, then I think that he's going to have a really good year.
Joel Klatt is with us, Fox Sports. I never tell him to his face, but I say it behind his back. I think he is the smartest, or one of the top two smartest guys in the booth on a college football Saturday.
Who's the other guy up there with him?
Whoever our next college football analyst guest is.
Could be
I had to leave a little wiggle room open there.
That's so good.
You have to be named person. But I do want
Very
to ask
smart.
you to break down for me your opinion of Steve Sarkisian. He's now at Texas. He seems to be, after the first scrimmage, having a little quarterback issue there. I was just so blown away as a layman who doesn't play the game, who doesn't know X's and O's, can't bore you with X's and O's. But when you guys would talk about his play designs, that just, you guys made it sound like Steve Sarkisian was playing chess when everyone else was playing checkers with his play designs. Is he that good of a play designer?
Well, so there's different elements to being a great offensive mind. Yes, there's the design of the concepts, right? But then there's also the ability to take the concepts and understand how to mask them and marry them to formations and movement before the snap that puts your team in the most advantageous spot to have success. So it's not always that the concepts are the most brilliant. I don't think Lincoln Riley runs a ton of concepts. In fact, I know he doesn't. But one thing that he is really good at is he's great at game planning with formation and movement. So, for instance, 2 years ago in the Red River game, Oklahoma used 22 different formations. Okay, and then you start marrying that with the 10 to 11 different personnel groups, and it feels, from the defensive standpoint, that they're seeing something new on every single snap, even though for the offense, regardless of the formation or personnel group, they're running the same 10 concepts. So if I'm the quarterback, I know these 10 concepts inside and out. I've got the same reads. It's the same thing to me. I'm looking at the same things defensively. We're trying to attack and stretch or create brackets on the defense in the same way. And yet for the defense, it feels like we've run a million different plays. So that's an example, and I think Steve did that so well. One of the things that I loved about watching what Alabama was doing last year was their ability to go from a sledgehammer to a scalpel, back to a sledgehammer, back to a scalpel, and then all of a sudden they were a machete. They changed the way that they attacked and pressured the defense on almost a down in and down out basis. They could get, so when I say a hammer, they would get big and run power with Najee Harris. Power meaning that they're going to basically like block down on one side of the line, pull a guard, maybe pull two people out there, a tight end and a guard, and they were going to open up a specific hole, and they would overwhelm one side of the defense with just numbers and power and raw strength. Then all of a sudden they would run outside zone, which is something where you're just trying to get everybody on the defense on the move. You're trying to chop one of them down in order to create a lane, and then the running back picks the lane and they go. That's kind of a machete. Then the scalpel of moving the wide receivers around, making sure that Devontae Smith is in the proper spot off the line of scrimmage so that he's not jammed, so that they can attack a very certain and specific defender in the back end of the defense, and then Mac Jones doing that on time and doing it efficiently. That's the scalpel. So, yes, he did a lot of things creatively, but it was also this mixture of the styles in which that they attacked the defense that I think made it impossible for defenses to succeed. You could get maybe off the field on one set of downs, but you weren't going to do it consistently, and we saw that against Georgia. You know, Georgia played pretty well in that first half, guys, I think you would even admit. But it was almost just a matter of time, in particular with Stetson Bennett on the field and so on and so on. Alabama, the longer the game was going to go, the more that they were going to continue to have success offensively, and the more that they were, had a chance to not only win but win big. And it's because of that operation of styles. And so there's I guess to answer your question, yes, it's the design of the concepts, but it's also the feeling and the design of the movement, the personnel group, the formation, and then putting that together. And some guys are just brilliant on Saturdays calling plays. Lincoln's one of them. Ryan Day's one of them. Steve Sarkisian is one of them. They attack the defense brilliantly on Saturdays. They set them up for different types of movement. They show them something in order to show them something similar and do something totally different. And those are the things that get me excited when I watch football.
Hey, sticking with the Big 12, look, Nick Saban, what we're seeing him doing right now at Alabama, we'll never see that again. But what Matt Campbell is doing in Ames, Joel, is just incredible. I mean, coming off a 9-3 last year.
We may never see that again.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm bringing this up. So to scale, I mean, the job Nick Saban's doing, I mean, the next best job in college football over the last 5 years might be Matt Campbell in Ames. He's got 20 returning starters. He's got a ton of experience with Brock Purdy at quarterback. You know, Breece Hall might be the best running back in college football, and that defense was legitimate last year. I mean, how blown away, and I never thought we would say this in a million years, and I don't think we'll ever say it again, is there a shot that Iowa State could actually get to a college football playoff this year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's totally out of the realm of possibility, and to be honest with you, I don't even think it's a really low probability. That is a hell of a team, guys, and if they win that conference, they're going to have a good chance to be involved in the discussion for the playoff, in particular, pending on how a lot of these big non-conference matchups go. And they're going to be involved in them. Listen, they're going to have to beat Iowa. So that's a game that they're going to have to win. They're going to have to beat Oklahoma at least once, probably going to play them twice. They're going to have to beat them at least once. And remember now, they play Oklahoma late. That's a game that, our programming would be so mad, but we're slated to probably do that game, Iowa State, Oklahoma. And they're going to have to either beat them in that regular season game or in the Big 12 championship game. Now, let's fast forward just a little bit. I don't think Iowa State is a strong enough brand to get in off a loss. I know this sounds so stupid talking about that. I mean, it's August. We haven't seen a game. We're talking about but I'm just telling you, I think you need a strong brand to get into the playoff through that committee when the last game that they saw is a loss from your team. So I think it would be more advantageous for Iowa State to lose to Oklahoma, either beat them twice, obviously, or if they're going to lose one, lose in the regular season on the road and then in a neutral beat them for the Big 12 championship, I think that they would go in that respect if they take care of business elsewhere. But it's not out of the realm of possibility. And to your initial point, I still remain that, like, if you put yourself into this top level, obviously Saban is far exceeded even the top level, but then the Dabo Sweeneys of the world, I'd say Ryan Day and Lincoln Riley are in that mix kind of, and Kirby Smart are in that mix, right? Jimbo Fisher is in that mix, and they're putting their programs onto that top level. But right after that, or even in that mix, is like, this job this guy has done at Iowa State is remarkable. And I think that's one of the things that has made me somewhat sad about this realignment thing, is that not only is this not going to happen again for a team like Iowa State, but like those the remaining 8 teams in the Big 12 are just no longer going to be power conference teams. So like, this is it. If you're an Iowa State fan, this is it. You got 1 or 2 years to go after it with Matt Campbell, who's going to go down as one of your greatest head coaches in the history of your program. And then after that, you're going to be basically relegated.
Joel Klatt is with us from Fox. I mean, Ryan Day, it's not really Ryan Day because he's been there so short of a time, but it's Ohio State. I just trust at quarterback. I read everybody telling me Ohio State has got the most loaded quarterback room now that Quinn Ewers is there in all of football. Stroud looks like the guy. Are you on the boat with me that you would put Ohio State in that group with? You'd probably put Clemson in there. You put Dabo Swinney, Nick Saban, Lincoln Riley. I trust them at quarterback. I don't even question it. And Ohio State's that fourth one, right, that you would put in there, and that's a loaded room.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You remember last year with Justin Fields in his second year under Ryan Day, you remember that was the first time that Ryan Day had a second-year starter that he was coaching in, I think it was 9 seasons. Going back to all of his previous stops, he had always had a guy just 1 year, and he's always had quality quarterback play. And so he's definitely a guy that I trust in that room. I trust that he's going to get that guy ready to go. And if that guy's ready to go, whoever it is, right? I've heard Stroud, and I was out there in spring, and I saw them all play. And trust me, there's times, guys, I get to see practices, and it's fun, right? It's a lot of fun. I see some practices, and they're like, yeah, we're trying to figure out the quarterback position, and I'm in the corner like, ooh, this is like, oh boy, like this is not going to be good. That wasn't the case at Ohio State for whatever's that worth, right? I was sitting there and I was like, oh, this is going to be a tough decision for them based on the fact that they're all really, really good players. And now with Quinn Ewers, that should just rise the level of everybody else. Having said that, I think that's probably this year, maybe along with Georgia, the best roster in the country. They're too deep at every position on the field and just have massive questions at quarterback, obviously. So I definitely trust Ryan Day. They're head and shoulders above the rest of that conference. I think that legitimately their 2 biggest tests are actually Oregon in week 2 and then Indiana, who's a very good team, but I know that sounds weird. And that's a team that absolutely should still be not only winning their conference, but probably back into the playoff.
Oh, away from college football, I wanted to ask you this. I'm right. I haven't talked to you since you tried to qualify for the U.S. Open. Did you not? Did you?
I did.
Did you learn anything from that experience? I mean, you played professional baseball. You played college football.
Then he's not good enough.
Well, I mean, college football at a high level. That's what I'm asking. Other than skill and talent, what did you learn about trying to play elite level golf compared to the other sports you play at a high level?
So I learned that there's a massive difference in every sport that I ever played and golf, because in every other sport, there was an element of effort that could help you succeed. And in golf, there's no amount of effort that can help you succeed in the battle, right, between the ropes or whatever in the line. So that was difficult. And then I also learned that as much as we all want to hate when people and golfers say, well, I just want to stay patient out there. For the first time in my life, it smacked me right in the face what patience actually means when you're actually in a stroke play event. And the reason is, guys, if you don't know, I blew up on the second hole I made a 12 on a par 5 on the second hole, and part of it was because I was playing it as I would play it with my buddies. You're just trying to hit a driver, and you're trying to fit the driver as far as you can down there, and then you're going to try to get on there, and you got to make a birdie. It's a par 5. And there's OB all down the left. It's a little dogleg right. I was amped up. My adrenaline, that's another thing I learned, that like adrenaline is absolutely real, and you're not going to get it with your buddies no matter how much money you're playing for. And so all of a sudden I hit the ball, 10, 15 yards further than I was expecting. The ball goes out of bounds. Hit my second one. Now I'm trying to cut it because I think that the out of bounds in play versus going back for another club. And I hooked that one, double cross. So now I'm hitting 5 from the tee, and it's spiraling out of control, right? So I learned a ton, and then I actually went back and played the U.S. Amateur qualifier. So I wanted to get back out there and say, like, did I learn anything and did I put it into practice? And I played way better, which was so much fun. And I'll do it again next year just because I thought it was an absolute blast. But to your question, yes, staying patient in stroke play basically means you don't go for anything. You literally just hit the ball to the safest spot possible at all times.
That's just good advice in life, really. Safest spot possible at all times.
You should have learned that as a quarterback. Punt is your
That's
friend.
right. That's right. Don't throw a pick.
Before we let you go, I was a very average quarterback.
Klatt, did you tell the story here about Ricky Henderson? Did we get that story?
No, I told it on a different podcast.
Yeah, no, I heard it on Rich Eisen, and it was just an incredible story. And I know we probably don't have time for it. I don't know if you've got time for it. It is an incredible story. Do we have time for it?
Jim, do we have time for it?
Well, we've got we're the bosses, man. We
Yeah,
own
I
this
know,
thing. We
but
got all the
Would
time
you
in the
give
world.
us the Cliff Notes version, because it's the best Klatt story that I have ever heard. And if you guys have not heard this, it is incredible.
Okay, Cliff Notes version. Here we go. It is the year 2001. It is my first spring training as a minor league player with the Padres. I had been drafted the previous season, played short season. They go back. It's my first spring training. I'm playing third base. And a lot of times the third baseman in the entire minor leagues would go out for early work and stuff. One of the other third basemen's name was Sean Burrows. He was playing with the AAA squad. I was just one of the single A guys. Burrows gets his arm, and it doesn't hurt, but it's sore, and he kind of wants to take a few days off. Well, in the minor leagues, they would just be like, hey, who wants to take Sean's spot? And like I had been working with him and doing all this stuff, so they were like, hey, you go take Burrows' spot for the next 4 or 5 days in the minor league games. Well, Burrows played third, and he hit second. The next day, the San Diego Padres signed this little-known, older gentleman named Ricky Henderson to a minor league deal. They put him with the AAA squad, and he's going to lead off. So now yours truly is hitting second behind Ricky Henderson for the next few days. Ricky, as you all know, has that deep voice, speaks to himself in the third person at all times. And he would turn to me before he would walk up to the plate. I would be sitting there, kind of walking out of the dugout on deck, and he'd hit the donut off of his bat, and he'd turn to me and he'd go, 2. And then he'd walk to the plate. And I'd be like, why is he telling me a number? I have no idea whatever. And I would just, and in my mind, guys, all I wanted to do was have Ricky stand at home plate and wait for me after I hit a home run, right? That's like, so I'm just swinging out of my shoes, first pitches, I am coming unglued trying to hit a home run so I can like bash brother with Ricky at home plate. That's my, this is what I'm thinking. And then every at bat, he would turn up 3, 1, 4. And I'm like, what is going on? Why is he telling me a number? So finally, couple games into this, I go to our manager and I'm like, Skip, why does Ricky keep telling me a number before he goes up to hit? And he looks at me like I'm an idiot. No one said anything to me. And he's like, son, that's how many pitches he expects you to take so he can steal second.
And you're not taking a pitch.
No, I'm swinging for
green light.
steals.
Yeah, green light,
Yes,
baby.
green light, first pitch, just hitting my back with the bat, swinging through pitches, unbelievable.
All right, go follow Klatt on Twitter, @Joel Klatt. See him all season long on Fox. Klatt, it is always fun, man. Thanks for joining us.
Congratulations, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Always a good time.
Thank you so much. All right, that is Joel Klatt, Fox Sports. You can follow him on Twitter, @Joel Klatt.
Yeah, we've got to go change his Wikipedia page.
Why?
Remember that time we changed it and
we forgot to change it back?
Yeah, we forgot. Well, we need to change it to our current show.
Gotcha, yes.
We put something about snakes on there.
We put a lot of stuff on there, and it's been updated, sorta.
Yeah.
But we need to go change
We'll
it.
fix that.
You need to update your house. Our friend C. Stu can get you hooked up with our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, look, we've been telling you about Gutter Cap, and he's been a great friend for years. Patent aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out that debris and eliminate gutter cleaning. Back with that lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladders forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price. GutterCapBirmingham.com, or just call my good friend Chris Stewart. Write the number down, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
Rockstar's viewing menu, and why Jay-Z, yes, I said Jay-Z, may be the smartest guy in the state of New York. That is all next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that is what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham, Birmingham's only mattress factory where they make the mattress in Pelham and sell them 19 feet away in the showroom. Tom, Ginger, and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. See their work at RoyalBeddingInc.com. I sleep in a Royal Bedding mattress, and so does my mom and dad. Stop by and feel the difference on Highway 31 in Pelham, or go to RoyalBeddingInc.com. Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
The next round presented by our friends at Bud Light. And if you watch us live on YouTube at any point or go back and watch the replay, you will notice something that I'm doing. I'm not sure the other guys have to do it, but because of my height, I was 6 foot when I started this show. Apparently, I'm 5'10" and a half. Brown told me with these chairs, do not put my feet on these rings.
Well, if you want them to last.
To get up into the chair. So Brown's like the chair monitor here.
I'm just saying if you want them to last.
Don't put weight on the chair, on the ring to get up into the chair. So
what are you right now, 180?
I am 179 as of this morning.
As of every single morning.
Dunaway is the
every
only
morning.
dude outside of wrestlers that know the exact
And boxers.
weight. He's 179. It was a pretty good guess on me. I'm a cardio when it comes to stuff like that. But a $180, you do that on that ring enough, it's going to bust.
That was my point.
Vision Quest. But what at my height, this is how I have to get in this chair now. Ready? This is it. And people in the commercial break have seen this 3 times.
Yep.
The underbite's the best.
Doesn't look awkward at all.
We could get you what are
A
they?
step ladder?
Yeah, or something.
Or we could do it like a horse. You could have somebody do the hands like this, and I put my feet up in it.
This is all going to get better before Rockstar does his viewing menu. This is all going to get better. It is our first day because people are pointing out that I look like I am using headphones for a 3-year-old because the cord is so short. It really, I mean, like every time I move, I'm having to tilt my head just because my headphone cord is. So I got to get an extender. And people are like, y'all got to get away from these Apple headphones. I have tried.
No, I like them, actually.
I do too. I have tried. Believe me, I've tried to find other headphones I like over the years.
Yeah, but I don't think we can find them anymore, at least with the adapter, because the new iPhone, it has a different adapter. So when these go, I've got 1 pair on standby.
I have saved 2 or 3 pair, and once those go, I'm done.
But look at Mr. High-Tech TV guy.
Oh, I know.
That
always wear his TV earpiece.
But I'm about to help Brownie out with the rest of the show. I didn't know you were struggling.
Oh,
man.
I'm dying over here. You're going to give me your extender?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at this. This is friendship right here.
Is 15 feet going to be enough, bro?
Dunaway's got a python.
Yeah, is that how you listen to your 8 tracks in your shag carpet living room?
I'm not going to say it again.
No, say it again. Nope. Say it again because LT talked over.
I heard it. I heard the python. I heard it.
I'm not going to say it again.
If you could not see that great line from Brown, you need to see our friends at Michelson.
It's hard to believe. It's been over 19 years ago where I got the procedure done, but I recently got checked. I've still got 20/15 vision. Look, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. They do a fantastic job. Pioneers in the business. You can also visit michelsonlaservision.com. That's 969-8100. Michelson Laser Vision changed my life. They could possibly change yours too. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. And as you can see right there, it's Michelson Mondays. Right behind you.
It is Michelson Mondays.
How about that?
Glad to have them on board with us on the next round. Rockstar's viewing menu right here. Rockstar, is there an open for this?
Nope.
Viewing menu. 8 p.m. on Food Network. You guys like those competition shows, the cooking competition shows? We got a new one premiering tonight.
I loved Hell's Kitchen when it first came out, just because Gordon Ramsay is a fascinating individual.
A little bit of a temper.
Yeah, and that was my first, I guess, my first, what am I looking for?
Reality?
No, my first experience.
Okay.
With Gordon Ramsay. So I liked that back in the day, and then I like Kitchen Nightmares, the BBC version.
Yeah, it's a great show.
Yeah.
Food Network at 8 p.m. tonight. Premiere of Ben & Jerry's Clash of the Cones. 6 ice cream masters compete to become an honorary Ben & Jerry's flavor guru and create a flavor of their own, the iconic brand.
Look, they've got good flavors. If I asked you guys, though, Ben and or Jerry dead or alive, I would
think they're both alive.
Okay.
But they're real people. Ben and Jerry,
Yes.
those are actual people.
From
They
Vermont.
smoke the hell out of some weed, don't they?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Then at 8 p.m. on HBO, this is a new episode of Brown is the only one I've heard talking about this, but small time news, KPVM, Pahrump.
I can't decide if I like it or not. It's almost like it is a mockumentary, but it is real. The first couple episodes I was fascinated by. The second two, I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I can't decide if I'm on or not.
is it almost like Second City stuff?
It's a small town. Pahrump is a small town. It's like 20 miles. No, it's like.
What are they basing this
60
like on a Schitt's Creek? I mean, is it something
No,
like
it's
that?
it's a real thing.
No, it's
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's a
real
documentary series.
Yeah, it's a real thing. But I'm saying it's almost like it's a mockumentary.
I got you.
But they are they're about an hour west of Las Vegas, and they're trying. Have you watched it?
No, I want to.
Yeah.
I forgot about it. You brought it up one
Yeah.
time during our build out.
I don't know. You guys see what you think. Small town news. So there's a new one tonight because I watched the first
Yeah, I
four.
think the new episodes are on
Yeah.
Mondays.
So when we were on hiatus, I went back and watched with the roommate. I watched Breaking Bad for the second time in its entirety and was able to finish that. So I was looking for a new show, and I started this thing called Hit and Run on
I saw
Oh,
Netflix.
that. I didn't see it, but
I watched the first one, and it was like that. You know, there was for a minute it was a phenomenon. The Who Killed Sarah? I tried
Yeah.
that one, and it was awful. I thought the one episode.
is it subtitles?
So I watched the Hit and Run. Am I doing something I'm not supposed to be
No,
doing?
I
Brown is trying to take the label
I
off
hear he's
this
got your
water
python
bottle
over there.
and it's like he's trying to open a mint in church.
We've got
rip
a
it off,
box
man.
cutter in here. You might need to be delicate with the
bet.
water. But I tried the Hit and Run for one. I might go back and watch that. But I started White Lotus on HBO last night.
Yeah.
Really strange and awkward.
I finished it last night.
Yeah, I
You
think
just
the
started
last
it?
night was
I
the
just
finale.
started it.
What is White Lotus about?
It's only 6 episodes.
Is it
Last-
worth watching?
I was just about to bring it up that
Okay.
that I liked it and I watched it. I'm not sure it accomplished anything.
Is it kind of like The Leftovers? Remember we all watched The Leftovers?
That was a
Leftovers
great
was
show.
better.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was a big
Leftovers-
fan of Leftovers.
I was too, but afterwards I was so confused by what I was watching, and that was kind of White Lotus last night.
Okay.
Yeah. To me, the final episode was not as good as a final episode should be.
I need something good right now.
Okay,
Yes.
well-
Succession's supposed to be coming back in fourth quarter
Great
of 2021.
trailer. Great trailer.
I hadn't even seen the trailer.
No, it's good. It's good.
One more thing.
Okay.
It's a Lifetime movie at 7 p.m. It's called A Simple Favor. Try to follow this. Okay. This is the description they gave. Okay. Lonely, cheerful mommy blogger Stephanie becomes obsessed with Emily, the chic, mysterious new mother to the neighborhood. When Emily disappears, Stephanie pieces together clues left behind by her friend while also caring for Emily's son, Nicky, and unwisely getting involved with Emily's handsome yet suspicious husband, Sean.
Handsome yet suspicious.
Wait, I thought
Oh
this
my
was
God.
a real movie. I thought it was Anna
was-
Kendrick and Blake Lively.
Yeah,
which is a pretty good movie.
I haven't seen that, but this is another simple favor. Can I ask you another simple favor? But that is just
There's never any simple favors, by
so
the way.
convoluted.
No.
No. There's always something.
I find myself with the theory that it's never good to ask for a favor, but I still ask for favors.
Yeah, I know. You only have to at some point. Like.
Yeah.
That's what we're watching tonight. Rockstar specifically. Eddie listening in Boulder, Colorado, loud and clear today. Thank you, Eddie, for doing that. And thanks to all of you for checking in all over the country as you listen to us outside the great state of Alabama. But all of you who are in with us on Central Alabama, we appreciate you so much. And thanks for supporting all of the sponsors on the next round, including from right here in our studio, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. And they're the proud sponsors of our studio here. And we're glad to have them on board for the next few months as we get into football season. Speaking of getting into football season, you can go to lanceslock.com to get all the plays when the NFL returns later this week with some exhibition action. And you saw a story earlier today on Jay-Z, and you said you would do this in a heartbeat if you could do it.
Well, okay, so apparently Jay-Z doesn't have enough money, right? I don't know what Sean Carter is worth. I would say billions of dollars now.
Him and Beyonce. I mean, that's a little bit of a power couple.
Yeah, a lot of money there.
According to the story on TMZ, he's partnering with Michael Rubin to form Fanatics Sportsbook, online betting service. According to TMZ, the two have reportedly partnered with a tech company called Camby that makes software used for online sports gambling. Meek Mill's going to be a part of this. Robert Kraft, owner of the Patriots, is going to be part of this. And
remember when they used to worry about
Yeah.
separating sports and gambling? Now you got the owners in the NFL who are part owners, I believe, in DraftKings,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, the Arizona Cardinals, you can actually, they're going to have the kiosk in stadium this year where you can actually wager on the games right there. And this will be, I'm sure Vegas is probably going to do it with the Raiders as well, but they have applied to the New York Gaming Commission requesting approval for an online sports betting license. He even goes deeper and he said that he would take everyone's sports bet. He would like to control the entire state of New York. I'm sure he would. I have only known one bookmaker, and we've said the old saying before, you can sling a dead cat and hit a bookmaker in Birmingham.
Right.
I've only known one that's gone out of business.
Right. So they make money.
Yeah, you can't lose money as a bookmaker.
Because the house in Vegas, and in this case,
there's a bunch of Dunaways out there.
The bookmaker wins because of layman's like me.
Yeah. I mean, you remember in college, you would sit around with your buddies, fraternity brothers, and it was all about catching up on Sunday and Monday doubling down to just break even. People don't win.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Jay-Z, he knows what he's doing and jumping in on this and backing this.
He'll be printing money.
Appreciate Scott jumping in on our @NextRoundLive Twitter feed. Have you guys watched the Val Kilmer documentary yet on Prime?
I have that on the viewing menu. I haven't watched it. I'm a really big fan of Val, but to see the state he's in now.
Oh, it's sad.
I mean, he has to talk like, it's like he has a tracheotomy.
Was it cigarettes? Was it prescription drugs? Because you saw how he got so bloated.
He did, and he did a stage thing of Mark Twain, but he didn't admit he had anything. Remember, he wore scarves all around. Like, dude, something's wrong with your voice. He's like, I'm just sick, or like something like that. But he would not admit that he had, I think, some kind of cancer. I don't know if it's lung cancer or what, but you can see his career, because I'm a big Val Kilmer fan. But to hear him talk and see how he is now, it's really sad.
No, I think most people, his breakout was Top Gun.
Yeah, nice man.
But I think his coup de grace, most people would say, is Doc Holliday in Tombstone. But I thought he was great in Heat, the Michael Mann 1995 movie.
Right.
But after that, he just, I don't know.
Well, thank you for that suggestion. We'll jump in and catch that at some point. Updating you as you head to the lunch hour, or maybe getting to the office, or as a couple of you are tweeting out, you're flying to your destination. One listening to us today on a flight to Boston, and they've got the app rolling as they wait for takeoff and taxiing there at the Birmingham airport. Thanks for listening. Joey Gatewood, former Auburn quarterback, who some of you thought would be the Kentucky quarterback. He's looks like he's heading to the portal after Kentucky names their starting quarterback over the weekend. They're going to go with Penn State transfer Will Levis, a 6'3" guy who ended up starting the Iowa game last year. He beats out Gatewood and Bo Allen to win that job there. UAB week 3 of camp today, 16 days from the Jack State game. After their scrimmage over the weekend, Tyler Johnston led the touchdown drive to start the Blazers' first scrimmage. Wide receiver Trey Shropshire was a deep threat all day long. Alex Wright was great, unblockable on the defensive end side of that. We talked earlier about Alabama and Auburn scrimmage and their quarterbacks. Nick Saban wanting more support and protection for Bryce Young over in Tuscaloosa, and the D-line causing problems for the Auburn offensive line in the scrimmage Saturday night down at Auburn. And the alliance is in the work, not the old football league here in Birmingham, but there's a big debate going on between the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Pac-12 about scheduling and other things that they could do to work together. Brown, it seems like those 3 conferences are teaming up to have some kind of power over the new SEC.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they'll have power over them, but I think if they could find a way to somehow unify TV deals and scheduling, maybe it would be more financially beneficial for all of them. I don't know, because you've got you got different TV partners, with ABC, ESPN, and then Fox over those conferences. But to me, the ACC, if I'm the ACC and I look at it and I say, do I want to stick with ABC, ESPN, or try to get in the Fox?
Yeah, but they own the ACC network.
I know they do.
Problem.
That's what's going to make it complicated. But, everything's for sale now, right? You could sell anything you want. But if I'm the ACC, I look at it and say, I'm going to play second fiddle a lot to the SEC with this new ESPN deal. Do I really want that, or am I better off on Fox?
Yeah, but you can come up with some really cool, when you combine those 3 conferences, and you've got relatively new conference commissioners in all 3 of those conferences, and they've got to do something. And the thing that I would like about it, at least you keep those conferences whole.
Right.
My big fear when Oklahoma and Texas decided to depart and come to the SEC is we were just going to have mass chaos with people jumping here and jumping there. At least this would keep these conferences together. Again, I don't know what the Big 12 is going to be able to do, because it looks like without the Alphas in Oklahoma and Texas, they're doomed anyway.
Yeah, I don't even know what parts of the Big 12 would be that interesting to this alliance. I don't know what parts of the ACC are that interesting.
Who's your alpha in the Big 12 now? Like, if you were looking to do a made-for-television game, you don't have Oklahoma and Texas.
Your best team's Iowa State.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt, but that's still not. That's not going to draw any viewers.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a body blow for the Big 12. Another, hey, we've taken Texas and Oklahoma, and it looks like the Big 10, the ACC, and the Pac-12 are coming in to finish off the wounded Big 12.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Lance. I don't even know your biggest media market would be TCU.
TCU and Oklahoma State. Oklahoma City is a fairly big market, and you got to get some Cowboy fans in
TCU
Oklahoma
obviously
City.
in Fort Worth. That's Dallas-Fort Worth's a huge TV market, but TCU is probably in Dallas-Fort Worth probably the 10th or 12th option.
Yeah, in the Pac-12 and the ACC, you could play around. I mean, USC-Clemson would be a huge draw.
Oh, massive.
I think even, Miami and Oregon.
Washington or Oregon.
I mean, those are still, good marquee games.
All right, so that's where we are. Some of your headlines there. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Anywhere you hear us today, we've had calls from Seattle, people tweeting us on their way to Boston, listening to us all over the country. Mortgage Right can help you in any state in the United States.
Yes, Dunaway, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Garrett, thank you for watching at work or home or wherever you are today and tweeting in at Next Round Live. Don't forget to download the app, watch us on YouTube. And when the show ends today at 1 o'clock on the app, it just starts streaming over again for 24 hours. Anytime you want the show, you can hit the Next Round app and it'll play the show for you. When we come back, some big picture thoughts from the preseason week 1 of the National Football League. And then we will get back to college football in hour number 3 of the show right here on the Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration. After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Vask outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trussville location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the 2 new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round presented by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light for all your sporting events this year. LTD&B, Rockstar, and Forrester all with you today from the Double Down Media Studios today. Still to come in the final hour of the show, Marty Smith will be with us from ESPN to talk a little college football. If you're listening or watching live, that'll be at 12:24, 4th hour of the show on the download. And don't forget, you can always catch replays and our podcast center at nextroundlive.com, where you can find great podcasts like The Last Call, a really fun interview that LT did with Taylor Hicks. More of those will be coming up. But how much did you enjoy that?
Oh, it was great. We were at his restaurant, Saul's Juke Joint, to this a couple of weeks ago. And if you haven't had an opportunity, I mean, he was, Taylor's such an authentic guy, but it was just an off-the-wall, fun interview over Redmont vodka drinks. And, he was just really transparent. I thought it was just a ton of fun.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes here. So let's run through your big picture thoughts of the National Football League preseason, okay? So here we go. I'll bounce around. You give me reaction to that. Trey Lance, the way he looked with San Francisco, your thoughts there. I thought Jimmy G looked good, but what did you think of Trey Lance?
I thought there were ups and downs. I mean, everybody talks about that. I guess his second attempt was the 80-yard touchdown. Look, and he showed off the arm strength. I'm still not convinced that Trey Lance is going to be the guy. I've told you guys for months, I think San Francisco might ultimately be the best team in the NFC, much like the version we saw in 2019, because they're finally healthy, and I think Garoppolo will play with a chip on his shoulder. I will be completely shocked if Trey Lance starts in the first 2 months of this season, barring injury to Jimmy G.
I mean, everybody made a big deal about that one throw, but beyond that,
he was moving to his left.
It was a great throw.
Oh, he's got arm strength.
No, there's no doubt
he's an athletic guy
too.
I mean, he's got he's got the physical traits that you need. That's the reason that John Lynch in San Francisco went out and drafted him. I just don't think he's close to ready.
Back to the new guys in a second, but we had a chance because we were up here still plugging wires together when we watched Tua Tagovailoa and a healthy Tua play in an exhibition game against Chicago. What do you think of Tua? You're the Dolphins guy.
He made a lot of good throws. He made one bad throw, interception in the end zone. The lock, I believe, was the over, so that didn't help.
Cost me the over.
Yeah,
it was his last throw of the day. I mean, really, it was the only bad throw he made.
It was the only bad one. He had a touchdown drop that was a beautiful bomb right on the money. But, he had the one bad throw on the pick. He admitted it afterwards that he missed an open receiver. Had a guy wide open on that play and missed him, but I thought Tua looked good. He's pushing the ball down the field more, and that's what you wanted to see.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons, Dunaway, Alabama quarterbacks have been so good. I mean, obviously there's talent everywhere, but the ability to have balance on offense. And the thing that scares me about your Dolphins this year is the inability to run the football consistently.
Not great. Yeah.
And I think that's going to hamper Tua.
After you tell me about Odie's, I want your reaction to the other quarterback in that game, Justin Fields. But Odie's, where you guys will be back on Wednesday night for trivia.
Every Wednesday night, of course, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you join us. Mark that down. It's a ton of fun. We get started around 8 o'clock. But it's a Birmingham institution. Odie's located right there, Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up the incredible lunches and dinners. Almost 25 years now. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, the Odie's famous cup cocktails in that big styrofoam cup. You can sit outside on that patio, inside, watch all the sporting events. Go see Will Haver and that incredible staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Okay, 2-minute warning here to the top of the hour, hour 2 of the next round. Justin Fields looked really good on the other side of that game there.
Well, we were right here in studio watching the first half, and the Chicago offense was so bad, 79 yards in that first half. But Fields came out, and once he got a feel for the game with Matt Nagy's offense, Fields looks like a guy. Nick Foles got a lot of experience. Justin Fields, in my opinion, based on what I saw and based on the way he closed last year at Ohio State, he needs to be your starting quarterback day one.
Yeah, it seems like it gives them a little hope. Urban Meyer, speaking of Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars offense, said his team looks slow and wallowing.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like a slow and wallowing offense.
Yeah, he was not happy. I think the big story that has, for whatever reason, come out of that game is the play of Tim Tebow. And basically, they inserted him down inside the 20 and asked him to make 2 blocks on a run play, and he whiffed on both of them.
Yeah, the first one everyone saw in highlights.
It's not even the worst one. Yeah,
the next one, I
That's
saw
right.
the coach's view of that. Wow.
Awful. Yeah, the next one completely whiffs on a linebacker. On the second level, linebacker comes up and blows up the run play. I mean,
yeah, unless you're Antonio Gates, Jimmy Graham, and you can't block, you can't
you're
play.
not going to play. So I think their cuts. I think cuts come up Tuesday. If Tim Tebow's not on that cut list, I'll be shocked.
All right, when we come back on the next round for hour number 3 of our very first show, we had an interesting story that dropped the other day about the 100 best coaches the last 50 years. And we've got a couple of observations. I say that as just moments ago through Birmingham, we had the funeral procession of Bobby Bowden rolling through. 50 police cars, hundreds of cars in line to lay the legend to rest. Our thoughts and our prayers to Bobby Bowden's family and friends, so many in the area. Bobby Bowden, one of the greatest coaches of all time, one of the greatest humans of all times. Rest in peace, Coach. You're one of a kind. Back in a moment. This is The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At M First, you always come first. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. This is especially true in the M First Summer of Freedom. That's why M First is offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from M First, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. M First is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at M First. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. This is available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase is necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com. ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape, and it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me, I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the first show, thank you to Bud Light. Next Round presented by Bud Light. Thank you to the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. They bring you this studio, and thank you to all of our sponsors who jumped on board with us before even our first show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Scott Forrester, the new member of our team. He's our video director. And as we move into the lunch hour around town, we want to talk a little college football. And we are so blessed in our state of Alabama. If you look at the ESPN list, Brownie and LT and Rockstar, of the greatest coaches in college football history in the last 50 years, number 1 and number 2 are Nick Saban and Bear Bryant. That's on the ESPN list by Bill Connolly. But our jumping off point is this. Nothing sums up the career of Frank Beamer at Virginia Tech more than the start of the article that has been reposted at ESPN.com. I'm just going to read from Bill Connolly, editor's note. Ready? Virginia Tech's Frank Beamer was accidentally left off the original version of this list.
How did you accidentally do that?
He has been added at number 27. So now it's a top 101 list. They felt so bad they didn't want to take number 100 off the list, so it's 101.
Well, do you have 101?
I want to see who would have.
I want to see.
Well, by the way, just to
Dunaway,
let you know, as Dunaway does that, he is sandwiched right now, Beamer is, between Gary Patterson at 28, which seems a touch high based on the last few years from Patterson.
28 all time? 28 the last 50 years?
28 over the last 50 years. And
Guy
then
sweats a lot, too.
Right in front of Beamer is Bob Stoops. I mean, Bob Stoops, if Bob Stoops would have won one more national championship, we would think so differently of him.
Bob Stoops is well in front of
Bruce
Patterson.
Snyder is 101.
The guy that used to be at Arizona State?
Yeah. I'm not sure he's a 101
You
guy.
could have punted. I think he's dead, right? You could have punted him.
I think he's dead. His claim to fame in 1995, he covered every game because me and a buddy that I see right now bet against Arizona State every game that season.
So he covered them all.
They covered every game. I think until the Fiesta Bowl, and I think Ohio State, David Boston late touchdown broke the streak.
A couple of other observations from this list.
Bruce Snyder is dead, by the way.
Okay.
I just wanted to close that up.
Massive heart attack.
That was the earliest dead or alive game we played here.
125 and 106. That's all it took to get in the top 100? That's not that good.
Bobby Wallace is number
at UNA?
97 on the list. How about that? The last 50 years, top 100 coaches in college football. Bobby Wallace makes 97 on the list.
I mean, God, they dominated at UNA, right?
Yeah, and that's longevity, too. So you got to give Bobby Wallace 4 different stops.
Yeah, Temple was awful, though, wasn't it? I mean, everybody
was awful at Temple.
Except for Matt Rule.
And Matt Rule.
A couple of other observations I want you to react to, other than Frank Beamer being left off the list at 27.
How about James Franklin's on this list?
Well, he's not too bad. He's the greatest Vanderbilt coach in your lifetime.
Yeah, but he was there 3 years.
It's Vanderbilt football, right? I mean, Nashville's not known for Vanderbilt football. They're known for what? Bachelorette parties? Country music? Not in that order, probably.
Bronco Mendenhall is on this list.
Bronco Mendenhall?
Yeah.
How many wins he got?
I wanted to. The guy that's on the list is Kirby Smart. Does he belong on this list?
You know, boy, it's tough. He's at 93, by the way, Brown. I mean, if you're doing a top 100 with some of these other guys that are on this list, yeah, I think Kirby Smart. I mean,
it's 50 years, though. And the guy he's ahead of is Charlie Mack at LSU, Brown, who was having to go against Bear Bryant and Vince Dooley. And Charlie Mack held his own, relatively speaking. Couldn't beat Alabama in Baton Rouge. But he was a legendary SEC coach, and he's one spot behind Kirby Smart.
Yeah, but I don't think you can do a top 5 active coach list right now and not have Kirby Smart on it. We just had Joel Klatt on, and Kirby Smart was one of the guys that he brought up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree with that.
So, I mean, based on that fact, and Kirby's been doing it for over 5 years now. He's been to a college football playoff. He's played for a national championship. He's won an SEC championship. I don't have a problem. It almost seems like Kirby is a little too low at 93.
Charlie Mack had 137 wins and won an SEC. But that was before LSU kind of got, people figured out what LSU was.
That's right.
The two places, and not to get off of Charlie Mack, but the two places right in front of Kirby Smart, though, David Shaw at 92.
He's fallen way off.
And it just seemed like he inherited a really good situation from Harbaugh, and it got progressively worse. And he had an elite quarterback in Andrew Luck. But in front of him at 91 is Dan Mullen. Would you guys say Dan Mullen has done more? And I know Mississippi State, what he did was pretty incredible, but Dan Mullen overall, has he had a better career than Kirby Smart?
No, because Kirby Smart's coached for a national championship, and he's won an SEC championship. And I know Dan Mullen was at Mississippi State, so it's hard to make those expectations for him.
Larry Coker's in front of these guys.
Yeah.
He won a national championship.
Doesn't belong on the list, by the way. We always say he won the national championship with what Butch built down in Miami. And this is why I don't like the list here. Ready? Shug Jordan, 45.
Okay.
Definitely a top 50 coach the last 50 years. Vince Dooley, 44, one spot ahead of Shug. Vince Dooley.
So you don't. What do you not like about that?
Vince Dooley, national champion, SEC champions in 66, 68, 76, 80, 81, and 82.
It seems like it should be a little higher. I agree.
Should be a lot higher.
A lot higher, and he did something that seems to be impossible to do, and that's win a national championship at Georgia.
Ahead of him by 3 spots, Mike freaking Leach at Mississippi State.
I got no problem with this.
It's your boy, Lance.
You've got no problem
I've got
that
no problem
Mike
with this.
Leach is ahead of Vince Dooley?
Mike Leach has had 3 of the most difficult jobs in Power 5 college football history.
Because
in
he
Texas
wasn't
Tech
good enough to get the
and
Georgia
Washington
job.
State, and now Mississippi State. He
Not
had
good
Texas
enough to
Tech-
get the Georgia job.
Well, he's just too weird to get the Georgia job. He had Texas Tech at the end of the year in the top 10. He had Washington State at the end of the year in the top 10. And ultimately, I don't know if he'll have Mississippi State there because the SEC has gotten a little too difficult. But Mike Leach, I mean, you think about how innovative the guy is, too, and the influence on college football.
You are handing out a lot of orange slices and trophies here at the end of our season.
Now wait a minute. So he's in front of Vince Dooley.
Mike Leach is ahead of Vince Dooley by 3 spots.
Yeah, that's
It's ahead
not
of Shug Jordan.
No, that's not right.
They got Danny Ford ahead of him.
He won a national championship.
And had them relative.
So did Gene Chizik.
For a handful of years.
Is he on there?
Pat Dye's 31. Here's another one, and it's not an SEC. So if you're an Ohio State fan listening to this, or if you know old school college football, Jim Tressel is 15th on this list.
I mean, look.
Wait.
What?
One spot ahead of Woody Hayes, who is 16th on this list. Are
gotta
you
go Woody
kidding
Hayes
me,
in front of
Brown?
him, yeah. No. You go Woody Hayes in front of him. But Tressel's, I'm okay with him at that spot. That guy, they were dominant.
Well, I think it goes back to what he was able to do at Youngstown State, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. The Penguins were good.
Because he won 4 national championships there.
Woody Hayes, though. Woody Hayes. For, the 50s, the 60s?
I mean, that's 3 national
70s?
championships. And he was going against Bo, and Michigan was really good. And, he was consistently beating Bo.
Is this pretty stats heavy? Is that what they do
Bill
with this?
Conley's a
Well, I know, but he's a
stat
big
guy,
stats guy, yeah.
Dunaway, you're going to hate this, but my man, I love the fact that they acknowledge him in the top 20 at number 20, Chris Peterson. Brown, do you think deserving at number 20?
Feels a little high. It feels a bit high. Well, no, going back to the Boise stuff. Give me the neighborhood. Who's he around?
Lou Holtz is right in front at 19. I think Chris Peterson was a better coach, and Mac Brown is behind at 21. The Mac Brown resurgence at North Carolina has really helped him. It's helped the staff.
But, I mean, both those guys have national championships. Holtz and Mac Brown.
I'm not a Vince Dooley fan, but I feel like I need to fight for Vince Dooley at 44, and we got Chris Peterson at 20?
I think Dooley is a little underrated.
Pete Carroll, 14.
I mean, do you think Chris Peterson could have got enough money to get Herschel Walker to come to Athens, Georgia?
I don't know if he would have. If he would have had the same roster, Chris Peterson wins multiple national championships.
Pete Carroll was a great college coach to me. 14th on this list. Steve Spurrier's 13th on this list.
Meat on the bone with both of those guys. You at least got to admit the fact that Steve Spurrier dominated the SEC for a decade, only had one national championship. You can't do that anymore. You dominate the SEC for a decade, you're going to win more than one. He had one, and Pete Carroll should have had more than two.
That's true.
LT loves this list. Here's your top 10. Nick Saban 1, Bear Bryant 2, Bobby Bowden 3. Tom Osborne 4, Urban Meyer 5, John McKay 6. If you don't know John McKay, look him up. Dabo is 7. Another LT.
You can't
another
deny
LT
this one.
pick here.
This is a top 10 guy.
Bill Snyder is number 8 on this list.
Bill Snyder had Kansas State twice within a game of playing for the national championship. I mean, all they had to do was hold on in the second half in overtime against Texas A&M. They played for the national championship in 1998 with Michael Bishop. I think they win it. And then again in 2012, they were really close.
How many campuses would we have to go to find 10 people in a student section this football season that could give you the name? If you said, who is the longtime Kansas State coach? Would they come up with Bill Snyder?
I think 90% of college football fans over the age of 30 would know Bill Snyder.
So nobody in the student section
no.
this year.
Have you looked at Bill Snyder? He looks like he coughs dust.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's he's got to be in his late 80s, right?
He could be a wizard in one of the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, so no.
Barry Switzer 9, and number 10 Lavelle Edwards from BYU.
Where did you say Paterno?
11, I think.
Oh.
He's at 11. Just out of the top 10.
So they hold that all. I mean, look, it could not have ended any worse for him.
They
that
hold
whole
that against
off-field,
him.
But my gosh, he's a better on-field coach than any of that.
Yeah, because you think about the multiple national championships.
Yeah, and he won
Paterno
400 games.
Was
didn't he?
almost Bob Stoops, but twice the career as far as the longevity, and won twice as many national championships.
And look, that's awful. That's awful the way it all ended. I get all that, and somebody they needed to be held accountable for that. But boy, you got to look at what he did on the field, and when you're talking about something like this,
you can see that at ESPN.com. We appreciate all of you who are in the YouTube chat right now, chatting with us. A lot of you on how the hell is Dan Snyder at number 8 right now. Thank you, Thomas, for jumping in.
Bill Snyder.
Bill Snyder.
What did I say?
He said Dan Snyder, but it's Bill Snyder.
Did I say Dan Snyder?
No, you did because he did.
Oh, I read Dan Snyder.
Yes, Jim.
Okay. Bill is what Thomas says. Thank you.
That's
Snyder
what he
is
meant.
in the top 10. Easy choice for the Meatbag there. Meatbag has joined us. I was wondering if Meatbag would make it over here. My most uncomfortable name on social media, Meatbag.
You think that's his Christian name, or is that a nickname?
You think it's on a birth certificate?
I don't want to know how he got the nickname.
You don't want to know how he got Meatbag?
No.
Okay. When we come, after I tell you about our friends at Wayne's, I want to get into something that that we talked about a little bit on Saturday. It was an exhibition game on Saturday night. So I guess we talked about it Sunday when we were up here practicing. LT is going to explain to us the mindset of LA fans and what they're like going to games, because it's not a Dodgers situation this time. It was a Rams-Chargers situation.
They got to make parole first. That is the worst fan base.
And what one new study says about moms in the pandemic. That in just a second after I tell you.
What?
Yeah, it's all in this next segment,
Okay.
Brown. After I tell you about our friends at Wayne's, who is the exclusive provider for the entire Next Round crew. We trust them. You should too. Wayne's, headquartered right here in Birmingham, world-class service since 1973, serving over 100,000 of your neighbors and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn, Nashville to Knoxville. They provide residential, commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, lawn care services. I just sold my house, and the note I'm leaving as I move out this week is continue the Wayne lawn service. Mine looks like it's good enough to host a major right now. The EnviroPest service, where you can get a discount right now
on your initial EnviroPest service by using the promo code TNR. That stands for the next round. TNR. You get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. You should jump in and call Wayne's at 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, the exclusive provider right here of the next round. Boy, that was an ugly fight in the stands at that beautiful stadium in Los Angeles Saturday night.
Aaron Donald looked out of shape, didn't he? So anyway, yeah, guy wearing the bone white Aaron Donald 99 jersey. This is something. Look, I've only been to a handful of Rams games, but it's so prevalent. I'll never forget. I went to the last game ever in the Big A, Anaheim Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing I remember the most about that was my first ever Rams home game to go to. Jerome Bettis was going for the rushing record as a rookie that year. Emmitt Smith ultimately got it. But that seemed like a really just low-key fan base when they were in Anaheim, maybe because they were so bad. But when I recently went out for that Panthers-Rams game in the LA Coliseum before SoFi, I told you guys the guy in front of me literally had a skull on every one of his knuckles. And the guy in front of him was just talking smack the entire time, and it was just inevitable that it was going to blow up. And, of course, there's a massive fight right there in front of me, and it was much like the one that you saw the other night where ended up being 6 guys on Aaron Donald. But these guys just like to go, and they like to fight. I don't get it. I would never, ever take my kids to a Rams game.
That was
I really would.
Was that the first event with fans in that actual stadium? Ever?
Yeah.
First full event.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
First event.
Let's break it in, man.
I mean, that seriously, you're already cleaning blood up. I mean, they.
So
just
you're saying
opened
that's
the
a
stadium.
trivia question? The first
What?
fight inside SoFi was not like
It probably
Hitman
wasn't the
Hearns or
first fight.
anybody. It
No,
ends up
it's
being
a
the
bunch-
fans.
Bunch of Balm Ram fans.
I would go out on a limb, though, and say that about in every – when you get 40,000-plus fans, I bet 1 out of 3 or 4 venues you have a fight. Like, I don't know if you guys saw it at Truist the other night, the cat fight.
Oh, the 2 girls up
Yeah.
by the concession stand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they were going at it on the concrete, and one of them wouldn't let go. The typical cat fight wouldn't
Yep,
let go of the
yep.
hair.
I saw that.
They ended up going off in cuffs. I guarantee you that about every 3rd or 4th major venue, you get a fight.
That's why I keep my head shaved. If I'm ever in a fight, I don't want anybody grabbing my
That's why
hair.
I used to not wear gear.
That's it.
Like I used to I would always just wear neutral colors to games.
Are the Rams fans worse? They're not worse than the Raiders fans.
So they've almost become that. The Raiders
Yeah.
fans, it was infamous back in the day with the black hole in Oakland and the amount of fights. Like you were putting your life on the line if you would wear other team colors into the black hole. You were asking for it.
I mean, it was an awful fight.
Yeah.
And that's a preseason game.
Yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with the play on the field. It was ram on ram action.
Well,
by
I
the way.
noticed that, yeah.
So it wasn't like Chargers and Rams, getting sideways.
Yeah.
So they were agreeing with each other to have a little fight there. Entertaining when they have the 3rd and 4th string in there. All right, a lot of studies come out, and there's one thing, LT's going to get this answer right. A recent study says that moms of children 6 years of age and younger, this has gone up during the pandemic. What do you think the answer is, Lance?
Play dates.
Breastfeeding.
Play dates is not it. Breastfeeding is not it. Brown, we're to you.
There's 6.
Those 2 answers.
I guess I stopped a little late.
Wait, when did you stop?
8 or 9.
Brown, a
Oh,
chance
I know
to
what
chance
it
to
is.
win the
No,
category.
I know what it is now.
Wait.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Chance to win the
100%.
No, I
category.
didn't listen because when you said Lance was going to get it, I didn't
I've
listen.
got
to
it. Do you want to go on the answer?
No, let me
no.
have a shot.
6 years of age and younger, moms of kids that young, what has gone up by as much as, according to one study, 8% during the pandemic.
Heavy drinking.
Heavy drinking.
Oh, see?
Yeah.
Heavy drinking.
Well, I think for a lot of people in the pandemic, that went up. I mean, you saw people on Zoom calls drinking. I mean, we worked from the couch for 377 days, and people would get off. They had nothing to do, so I think people started drinking. And when you got imagine being stuck at home with kids that young. Jesus.
When we were shut down for a long time.
Love
You were one of the best parents of all time.
You had kids that young. at one point.
Rockstar, can you?
got good after they became like 5 and 6. When
Yeah.
they get self-sufficient,
I wasn't there the day it
wipe your own
happened.
ass, I become a good dad.
Yeah, right.
I wasn't there that day, but Rockstar tells me a story of one football Sunday of when you yelled up to get a diaper changed.
He didn't yell up, I don't think. Did
we called up. We called the phone upstairs.
Was there actually a kid down there with a
Yes.
dirty diaper?
Yes. And you know him very well. And you
it
had
wasn't C2, was it?
No. Nah, I'm good. No, but you called the phone upstairs to say, like, look, you got to get this taken care of. It smells.
So he picked up his cell phone and called upstairs?
Yeah, and it was taken care of.
There you go.
Okay.
That's parenting, man.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, they still gave you that card every year, Father of the Year, right?
Yeah.
You had a little mug. Yeah.
Again, I'm better once they become self-sufficient. I think most guys are like that.
Yeah. I found myself during the shutdown of delaying drinking until later in the day. I'd find myself.
I've got
Is
worse
it only 3 o'clock?
Now that I don't know where we are right now in this world, but when we went from, okay, I think we're clear to now this Delta variant, between that little moment that we had, I caught myself drinking more at lunch than back during the pandemic. Just because I was scared during the pandemic that if I started, there was nothing else to do the rest of the day. So I gave myself 4 o'clock was my first call. Was 4 o'clock.
Literally
that was better
five.
than most.
Did you have a countdown clock going in the?
Well, for California, it's 4 o'clock.
I think for most people, it was around lunch during the pandemic.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. They'll bring you trash coming up here in just a second. You can get a loan anywhere in the United States. We'll tell you about Mortgage Right in just a second. Your headlines as you maybe hop in your car, take the app with you as you head out to lunch, or you're listening at work today. Joey Gatewood, former Auburn quarterback's in the portal. The alliance between the Big 12, ACC, and the Pac-12, they're talking about a scheduling alliance together. UAB, Alabama, and Auburn coming off of a big scrimmage. Eric Bledsoe, the Birmingham star, basketball star who went to Kentucky, on his way from Memphis to the Clippers in a big trade in the NBA. And for all you Braves fans out there, you've won 3 straight. You've won 8 of 10. You're in first place today, 1 game ahead of Philadelphia. But I've done this, Brown. I've jumped around here. With the Braves' winning percentage and record, they're first in the National League East. They would be 3rd in the National League Central, 4th in the National League West, your National League West. In the American League, they'd be 2nd in the American League Central, 3rd in the American League West, and 5th in the American League East if the Atlanta Braves had that winning percentage in another division. Good division to be in.
Very good division to be in. I was talking to a Braves fan over the weekend that brought this up, and, just the way they've had to patch this thing together. The expectation going into the season, Dunaway completely blew them up last year in the NLCS. The expectation was World Series or bust this year for the Braves, but based on circumstances, I think where they are right now, again, talking to that Braves fan, if they could just find a way to grind it out to win this cluttered East right now, they would be proud of that. They'd take it.
More phone calls in the final hour of the show, but when we come back, the first trash of the next round with Lance Taylor. It is next right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon. Our weekly college football football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Boy, you're going to get a live reaction from Lance when he comes back in here. We're about to do a stake bet payoff. So when Lance makes it back in, Brownie's about to take us through the new AP poll, which has come out.
The AP Top 25 is indeed out. It's not going to surprise anyone that Alabama is number one. This is going to be pretty consistent, I think, across the board. Alabama 1, Oklahoma 2, Clemson 3, Ohio State 4. I think everybody in America thinks that's your four best teams.
That's right.
It may not end up that way, probably won't, but that's who everybody I think thinks are your four best teams. Georgia is 5, Texas A&M 6. So for those of you that love you some SEC, there are 3 current SEC teams, half of the top 6. In the future, that's 4 of the top 6 from the SEC.
I would have had
with Oklahoma.
Georgia at 4.
Oh, interesting.
Well, stand by. We got a stake bet coming up here in a second. Let's see where Miami is as Brown works his way down. If you're scoring at home, Miami 15th or higher wins me another stake. 16th or lower wins one from Lance. We'll get live reaction from us both on the air. Be the first time. Should we try? I mean,
try what?
How ambitious do we want to be here with Scott Forster on the lighting? Scott, can we go all red, or can we make the LEDs go when we pay this off here in a second?
We are ambitious now. Just show one. We're going to try to do special lighting.
All I said was I wanted one microphone. One camera.
Yep.
There was a postscript on there. That's all caps.
We do have LED lights in here that it can look like a touchdown at Bryant Denny and Jordan-Hare Stadium.
I got a call. I don't know where I was, but I remember the call. Hey, you guys really need this light or these lights, and it's just an extra cost.
Yep.
Did we really need these lights?
Well, I think it looks
no,
good.
Not at all.
Oh, you don't think so?
Oh no. I mean, we needed lights. We didn't need ones that light up like Bryant Denny or Jordan-Hare after a touchdown.
Can't say that now.
Those will completely blind you.
Well, don't look at them.
So here we go. If it is,
all right.
if Miami is 15th,
come on, Miami.
If Miami's 15th or higher, another stake for me. It put me 4 up.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Iowa State is number 7.
Okay.
Cincinnati number 8. Notre Dame 9.
Okay.
North Carolina rounds out your top 10.
Okay.
Carolina's 10. Yeah, you got this.
Oregon is 11. Wisconsin is 12. Florida is 13. Where do you need it?
15 or higher.
Number 14, the U.
Miami, number 14.
It's unbelievable.
Another stake for me right there. Imagine the lights going. Poof,
I'm telling you, the world will come to an end soon. Dunaway's up 4 stakes.
I've been up 7 before.
You've
One
had
time.
the last 60 days. Has this been your best stake run ever, you think?
No.
I can't even keep up with what I'm losing these on, though. There'll be a no-hitter tonight, though. I'll get one back.
Yeah, you'll get one back. Here, let me pull up the stakes real quick, and I'll tell you the last ones you have lost. The most recent stake bet losses have been
Miami. Have people watched Manny Diaz coach? There is going to be – that factors into this, does it not? Whether or not you're going to be good. Yeah.
The 1st of May, LT won Phil Mickelson winning the PGA Championship. That put LT up by 1. JD wins Nuggets cover -2 versus Trailblazers even. Saban more Final Fours than Coach K, who announced his retirement since 2016. So that put me up 1. Oklahoma won the Women's College World Series. That put me up 2.
Why were y'all betting on the Women's College World Series?
Because we were
if I was going to be forced to watch any of it, I had to have something.
Then LT, in a rarity, paid off a stake. I've rarely been up enough to make LT pay a stake.
I think I've paid 3 off in our time together.
And so that was, you paid 1 off there. Then Mississippi State won the College World Series, which put me back up 2. Then Brooks Koepka did not win a major in 6 consecutive majors, which puts me up 3, and now Miami puts me up 4.
Okay, we got to get some things going then.
Yeah, we got to get trash on the table going too, and it's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. LT will tell you about that after this.
Tim Peeler thought he was calling coyotes.
Instead of them, him. This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Yeah, hey, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before rates go on the rise with locations nationwide. Lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right, they will remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com, NMLS 2239. We start first in Bay City, Michigan. I'm going to assume none of you guys have been to Bay City?
Never been to Bay City. Is that where the Bay City Rollers are based?
Oh, good call.
Thank you.
I would think that's probably San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
But it could be Bay City, Michigan.
I'll look it up.
Leif Garrett, part of the Bay City Rollers? Nope.
I don't think so. Was Leif Garrett part of the Bay City Rollers?
That's a weird.
That really was.
Did you not subscribe to Tiger Beat back in the day? I did.
I was a big bopper guy.
An ill-timed joke over ex-wife's cooking led to a bullet flying between brothers, according to police. Boy, that line that you crossed to shoot at your brother.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to get out of hand when you shoot one at your brother, right?
Dispatchers advised the deputies that a 47-year-old man had run to a house and asked a resident there to call 911 as someone had shot at him. Now, this man flagged down deputies as they neared. He ended up telling them that his younger brother, 43-year-old Andrew, had been the one that shot at him. Now, the man elaborated that they had been hanging out in Phelps' garage. The older brother made a joke about Phelps' ex-wife cooking. Quote, they began to argue, and the next thing he knew, Andrew pulled out a 9mm from an unknown area and fired one shot at him.
Wow.
Pretty close proximity, too. You would think that he could probably be able to hit if he wanted to. I guess it was more of a warning shot.
Yeah, let's shut this conversation down. Don't talk about my ex-guy's cooking.
Yeah, the older brother said he was sitting on a bar stool about 10 feet from Phelps when the shot was fired. The bullet passed about 6 inches from his head. Pretty close.
That is pretty close. Yeah.
He said he was afraid for his life, ran outside. Good call there. Deputies went to Phelps' house, used a PA system to call him out. He eventually surrendered. He was taken to jail where he declined to speak with police. So I do know 2 brothers locally. You guys will be shocked by this. I'm not going to bring up their names for the safety of myself and family.
Not the Flints, right?
No, not the Flints. In that vein, though, but one stabbed the other. And there's probably a lot of our listeners that know these 2 brothers.
Wow.
But my first experience, I was at a hotel party on New Year's Eve, and a fight broke out. Cops came. But I remember seeing one of the brothers, he had brandished a gun in the small of his back leaving the party. And that's the point I was like, I'm probably at the wrong New Year's Eve party. But then like a year later, he ended up stabbing his brother. But he survived, so that's good.
That is good.
Crystal Strauss of Cleveland has now become Crystal Teigen after marrying the man who was originally convicted of killing her brother Brian McGarry back in 1987. 57-year-old John Teigen was released from prison after serving 32 years in McGarry's death after dozens of new evidence, photos, and police reports not seen in the original trial were submitted in the case.
Not a lot of brotherly love and trash today, is there?
Well, it is a weird connection those 2 stories have. So this lady married the guy that killed her brother.
Yeah.
Now he was incarcerated for killing her brother, and then they found new evidence that exonerated him.
Oh, so then she married him.
But still, now there's going to be that member of your family that still believes, I still believe he did it.
Well, because you want closure and you want to know that somebody actually, killed this guy. Now, in June, the judge, Dick Ambrose, threw out Teigen's murder conviction and granted a new trial because he reported the new evidence would have changed the outcome of the case. Teigen remains on bond and on house arrest pending the new trial. Teigen told News 5 Crystal Strauss wrote him a letter while he was in jail fighting to prove his innocence, maintaining McGarry took his own life. In a case, he said he had no physical evidence linking him to the crime. Teigen said Strauss offered her forgiveness in belief that he couldn't have killed her brother. This seems like a weird way to lead to a romance.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I do not get how you go from incarcerated for perhaps killing a brother to married to the woman. I mean, that just... Even if you're really in love, it just seems like so much has happened there. You got to punt on that one.
Love after lockup. It's hard.
Okay, if I ask you on the fly, the
yes.
best cartoon dog of all time?
That would be Wonder Dog.
I would go...
Wonder Dog's not even on this list.
I'm kidding. It would be Scooby-Doo.
Or Snoopy. I was going to go Snoopy.
I would go Snoopy.
Yeah.
Snoopy's got an attitude. I think he's more iconic.
Scooby-Doo is much better.
He sleeps on top of his house.
It really does, which I've never understood.
Which is a triangle, which hurts.
And it sometimes
so
becomes
painful.
a plane.
But Woodstock can work magic with the interior of that.
No doubt, yeah.
And I used to, as a kid, I was like, I wonder if there's birdhouses that really look like that on the inside.
It's not even close. Scooby-Doo.
We needed a Woodstock up here, didn't we?
We did, yeah, very badly.
Boy, he was handy. Anyway, they've got Snoopy 1, Scooby-Doo is 2. Clifford.
No, those aren't rankings. Those are me just putting them. I was just looking them up. I just came up like, who do you think the best cartoon dog of all time is? And I just came up with the ones I could name, not in any order.
Okay, Clifford was too big though.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't like Clifford. Yeah, the big red dog.
Astro was the Jetsons.
I
dog.
liked Astro. I liked Astro, but he
was a robot, right?
Oh, he was
he was a real dog. Rosie, I think, was the robot.
He was sort of dumb. Right?
Roarge?
He could talk. Not too dumb.
Marmaduke. I never liked Marmaduke.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I don't remember Otto from Beetle Bailey.
I don't even know what Beetle Bailey is.
Pluto from Disney, and then Odie from Garfield. I think I liked Odie.
Yeah, it didn't talk much.
Do you have Goofy on there?
Goofy was not on here, but we don't know if Goofy was a
Goofy's
dog.
a cow.
Goofy is a cow.
Yeah.
Goofy's not a cow.
Goofy's a cow.
100%.
But he drives a car.
He can't be that skinny and be a cow.
I'm just telling you, Goofy's a cow. Underfed cow, perhaps, but
That's
a cow.
like was it the mad cow disease that did it actually kill cows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Goofy would be a carcass from mad cow disease like 3 weeks after.
Yeah, he's also a widower.
I think Goofy is a cow that, that family of cows give us fair life.
Now, wait a minute. According to the Wikipedia, Rockstar, Goofy is a anthropomorphic dog.
See, he looks more like a dog.
So he's a they or them kind of dog?
To me,
that is not what anthropomorphic means.
1 and 2 are easy with Snoopy and Scooby-Doo.
You saw what he did there, didn't you?
It kind of faded away.
I didn't catch it.
So what are you saying?
Best cartoon dog of all time, 1 and 2 are easy. I think if we did best cartoon cat of all time, 1 and 2 are easy.
Garfield and Felix.
I would go Puss in Boots.
Yeah.
By far the best. And then I would go Azrael from the Smurfs.
Azrael
was awesome.
Random.
Okay, how about this? We've got one young couple. I told you guys, was it yesterday, 2 days ago, that I should have lived, my prime life years should have been 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Tom and Jerry, pretty good cat, by the way.
He's just what's Tom's cat.
Tom's the cat. Tom and Jerry's the
Jerry's a
cartoon,
mouse.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't even take it back to I should have lived 60s, 70s, and 80s. I wouldn't take it this far. We've got one young couple is taking vintage shopping to an extreme. British couple Ruth Shelley, 28, and her partner Robert, 27, have sworn off modern-day amenities. Now, the young couple has reverted back to the 1930s pastimes, technology, and fashion. They own a vintage car, wear vintage clothing, and decorated their home to match their 1930s aesthetic. They also do not watch TV and instead listen to wartime music on a gramophone.
Oh, wow.
Rockstar wartime music.
You got to rotate that to get it going?
Out in the flower, you are the girl I love.
Right? You got to crank it?
It's got the big speaker, right? That big,
Now, Brown
big
says
horn, not a speaker.
no meat, no meal. Their
No
favorite
meat, no meal.
recipe?
Meatloaf.
Depression-era meatloaf made with tomato soup.
Well, does it actually have meat in it?
Do y'all have meatloaf? We do today. Do y'all have Depression era meatloaf?
So
Hey, you think that would sell on a menu?
I mean, what?
I'm sure Cheesecake Factory's got it.
It just goes there now.
7,000 calories.
No, a whole restaurant theme of Depression era food.
It's just a bread line.
Yeah. Bread line.
This is really great. I remember my older brother and I. You remember when Rogers Army Navy was downtown, the tackiest building in Birmingham? Remember it was the Camo building? They used to sell the Army rations, and we would get them just to eat them to see what they tasted like.
Peanut butter in a little packet.
Yeah, there was a place over in Anniston called the Army Mule, just outside of Anniston, that sold military surplus, and they would have the MREs. Yeah.
Did you have the weird friend that would get a gas mask and a dagger?
Yeah.
Why would they always
in
put
case.
like the boot? Why would they put the boot in boiling water for soup? Why would they do that back in old movies? Did you ever see that? Or am I
I've
making
never
that
seen
up?
that. I don't know.
It seemed like they would drop a boot into a big pot when they were making Depression era soups.
So, final point on this, the couple has credited their lifestyle to benefiting their relationship, allowing the two to be, quote, more present in the moment as opposed to glued to Netflix or on the phone.
Although we're doing modern media interviews. It's fine.
Okay, I got some shower thoughts for you guys.
All right.
Okay.
It's actually really hard to think of a movie that doesn't have any love plot in it at all. I've got one.
What?
Over the pandemic, I watched it. I think I told you about it. And it was, I can't believe I watched this. All Is Lost with Robert Redford? There's not.
Never seen it.
There's no audio in the movie.
Well, just.
And if I told you the way I sat there for an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours to wait, I would just say this: All Is Lost.
Yeah, it's off. It's a terrible movie.
But there's no love interest in that.
There's no plot in that movie. Well, a sinking ship.
Another shower thought for you guys. A fast-paced work environment is a euphemism for a toxic workplace.
If I say that hey, come to my place, it's a fast-paced work environment.
Well, that means we're going to get stuff done quick.
I don't know if that's really toxic.
Yeah, there's not going to be any slowing down.
We're all a big family here.
I don't think that's toxic.
I've never understood this. They say the only thing you do with Q-tips is the only thing you're not supposed to do with them. I thought the Q-tip was actually made to clean the air out.
Well,
I know that
Not that deep.
ENTs say you're not supposed to do it.
Not that deep. You
I
go
use
deep
one
in it.
today.
Oh, I do too. I use one all the time. You know, the feeling I hate is like after you get out of the shower and you got the wet in your ears.
Right.
And I almost every day want to use a Q-tip to get rid of that, but sometimes just fight through it because you really, I don't think you can do it every day.
I worry about the soap getting stuck there.
I agree, yeah.
And then like the sunblock, the spray sunblock now, like sometimes I'll be too lazy to use the lotion and I'll just spray my face and close the eyes. Well, the problem is that sunblock gets in your ears and it goes from yellow to orange to like a brown if it gets like cut. So it looks like you've got like this wax buildup.
No, it's not wax, guys. It's suntan lotion.
It looks terrible.
But do you guys, and maybe Brown, you just answered this for me, but do you Q-tip with a dry ear or when you get out of the shower normally?
No, what I do is I've got it's like a sea breeze. It's an alcohol based liquid, whatever. I dip that in that to kind of clean the air out.
I let it dry for a minute and then do it.
Yeah, I like to do it right out when it's wet.
Another shower thought for you guys. Balding men look way older than men who are actually bald.
Why did we both just look at Jim?
Because I've done both of these.
Caillou!
Yeah, but you're actually, I mean, you've gone on and you've tapped out and you've shaved it, right?
Technically not shaved. Buzzed it really. Well, I guess I did shave it for SEC Media Days.
I think I would agree with you. I think if you just go with the shaved head. You know who rocked a good shaved head was Mike Rada.
Yeah, you know, well, here's the thing. He did.
Michael Jordan
still does. Mike Rada still does. But one reason Rada is his was so tan. He had a good tan head.
You know, it just became really prevalent over the last 15 or 20 years. You remember guys would just try to find a way to do kind of the tight, missing the top of the hair.
Keep the buzz.
And I think there's so many bald guys now, it's almost like it all blends together. Completely
I kind of agree, yeah.
Our final shower thought, it would make a way more sense if a bachelor party was something celebrated the night before a divorce instead of the night before a wedding. A couple of points here. You should never have a bachelor party the night before a wedding. You should separate that by weeks.
I don't think that's a good idea at all.
And the other thing, there are things called divorce parties.
I've heard of
So
them.
you can have both.
You can have both.
Yeah.
And that is Trash on the Next Round with LT, and it's brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, if you're looking to refinance or purchase, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
When we come back, the AP poll is out. I'll ask these guys a top 10 team in the AP poll, now that it's out, that will not be ranked at the end of the season. And we've got stats that tell you that happens pretty often.
Every year in the top 10.
Brown gives you that stat right there. He says every year in the top 10.
It does.
I don't think it's exactly that stat, but Brown will back that up when we come back on the Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. Two great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, returns. NextRoundLive.com, at NextRoundLive on social media. You can join us at all those places. Thanks for watching us on YouTube Live as well. Where Paul says Notre Dame is taking a big step back. We are looking at the AP Top 25, trying to find the team that is in the Top 10 that will not finish the year ranked.
Paul is reading my mind. I've got 3 teams, but Notre Dame was the top of my list.
Really?
Well, you got 9 returning starters. Jack Cohn has been named their starting quarterback. Brian Kelly did that over the weekend. Look, I thought Cohn was good at Wisconsin. I don't think he was close to Ian Book. Now, Ian Book looked terrible the other night for the Saints, different story. But you lose 4 of your 5 offensive linemen, and you start to look at Notre Dame's schedule. And I know we say this every year about Notre Dame, but you think about the swing games on that schedule. They open at Florida State. That's a losable game.
Right.
I know Florida State is light years from the program we remember with the late Bobby Bowden. Still, Mike Norvell's second year, that's a losable game with Milt McKenzie at quarterback. They've got Wisconsin neutral site. That game will be a virtual pick. They've got Cincinnati, who's a top 10 team. They go to Virginia Tech, pivotal year for Justin Fuente. They've got USC. They've got North Carolina. And even later in the season, I think these are losable games at Virginia and at Stanford.
So Notre Dame's the answer for both of you?
It's one of my 3, but it was my top of the list.
Top of the list. To me, it seems like Notre Dame has become a team that almost ends up where they're projected every year. I don't have the actual rundown last 5 years for me, but Brian Kelly usually gives you what's predicted there, I think.
Well, he's dialed in the last 4 years, 10-2 last year, 11-2, 12-1, 10-3, but you go back to 16, 4-8. I don't see a 4-8 implosion.
That's a long time ago. For me, it's North Carolina. Barely in the top 10, and you could see this going south on them if things don't pan out. They got a great quarterback, but a quarterback injury, that's how you end up being in the top 10 and out of the top 25.
Now, I'll give you that. If Sam Howell's to go down, because you're missing 2 1,000-yard backs that don't return now in the NFL, 2 1,000-yard receivers. So when you look at this, a massive offensive production last year for the Tar Heels, the majority of that stuff is gone. Now, again, I think Sam Howell could ultimately be the best quarterback in college football this year, but they've got a swing game to open at Virginia Tech. You lose that game, and then ultimately Sam Howell gets put out for whatever reason. They've got 18 returning starters. I think North Carolina's going to be really good this year.
Yeah, I felt like it was North Carolina. I think I might go Notre Dame as the team. Well, Cincinnati is probably actually the easier pick, not to be outside the top 25, but to be outside the top 10.
Yeah.
I don't have the stat in front of me. I'm trying to find it.
By the way, that was my number 2 team, bro.
What, Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Only because, they play Notre Dame and they play Indiana. And if they lose both those games, which...
Well, they're going to be dogs in both
they'll be
those
dogs
games.
in both games. They lose both those games. As a group of 5 team at 10-2, when you've lost your 2 biggest games, it's going to be hard to be in the top 10.
But again, we're going outside of the top 25.
Yeah, but I would not have them outside the top 25.
And that is the stat. I mean, every year there is one top 10 team, almost every year, that's out of the top 25. And it takes a lot, I think, for Cincinnati to get out. But
Cincinnati wouldn't be out.
If UCF is good, I mean, that.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you guys. So let's just say those games on the road against Indiana and Notre Dame, they lose both those games.
Right.
So you've still got Central Florida, who I think is going to be really good this year.
That's right.
You got to go to Navy. You got to go to Tulane, and you've got SMU.
Yep.
So you just lose 2 of those 4 games, 8-4. Do you think Cincinnati is in the top 25?
No, they could be out.
Yeah, I think they're out at 8-4.
Yeah.
So Cincinnati may be a good answer there as well. I don't think they lose all those games, but that's another good pick.
Okay.
North Carolina for me, Cincinnati to be good. Both of you like Notre Dame a little bit there. We'll run through that top 10 again for you. The AP poll is out after LT tells you about our great friends at Nut Dust. Summertime is not going anywhere. We'll be playing these football games in a few weeks in some places like in September down in Gainesville, Florida at the Swamp. There's no way you go to Alabama, Florida. You don't play in that game, and you don't go to that game in Gainesville without a little bit of Nut Dust there.
No, our friends at Nut Dust, Chris sent some bottles just a couple of weeks ago. There is a body powder, and then there is Nut Dust. It's clean. It's all natural, 100% talc-free body powder for men and women. Born from necessity by 2 kilt-wearing Scots who knows what it takes to keep your essentials clean and dry. That's Nut Dust. Go to officialnutdust.com to order Nut Dust in 2 great sizes. This is the big one. Of course, this is the Wildling. I think our friend Marty Smith, who's coming up on the show, has the Wildling. Again, no talc. You're going to love it. For the launch of the Next Round Live, they have created coupon code NR20. 20% off your entire purchase today at Nut Dust. 20% off. Put in NR20, officialnutdust.com.
Okay, use that promo code there. That is very important. And you'll get a lot of promo codes with our sponsor in our new platform here. So pay attention to that with the promo code there. Brett McMurphy with this stat earlier on the AP poll before Brown rolls through it again. Alabama is trying to become the first back-to-back champions since Alabama won consecutive titles in 2011 and 2012. There have only been 5 back-to-back AP champions in the past 50 years. Alabama is on the list twice. They did it in 2011 and 2012. They did it in 1978 and 79. The others, USC in 03-04, Nebraska in 94-95, and Oklahoma in 74-75. So a chance for this team to take an elite program and continue to put it in a very new place that may not be touched by anybody else. They're already in that special place. They're 2 of the 5 that have ever done it.
And give me the other 3 again.
Alabama in 11 and 12, USC in 03-04, Pete Carroll.
Right.
Nebraska, Tom Osborne, 94-95. Alabama, Bear Bryant, 78-79. And Oklahoma, Barry Switzer, 74-75.
So Saban, I mean, just when you think there's really nothing else the guy could do, that you would say Nick Saban has done something nobody else has ever done, he's the only coach who could do it twice.
Be the first coach to be back-to-back champions 2 different times.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty remarkable.
In the last 50 years, anyway, of the AP
I know
poll.
you don't do stake bets on Alabama, but I'd take the field.
I mean, the history would tell you what he just read, that you should take the field there.
It's too early into doing that. Give us the AP Top 25, which is Al Brown today. Hey, before kickoff, I may feel so good about Bryce Young, I may jump on that.
Oh, God.
Or Paul Tyson, from what we're hearing, right?
Yeah, we'll see. Hey, I'm willing to take it anytime you want to go. Throughout the season, I will take that bet.
Oh, really? As the season goes, you'll take it.
I will take that bet. I will tell you until we get to.
No, remind me of that. He said throughout the season.
No, he did. He's about to give you a
through
call.
November. No, through October. I'll give you through October. So only 4
up to
games
the
remaining.
LSU game.
Yeah.
By the time Alabama kicks home against LSU, he has to accept it.
So you'll get Florida, A&M, all those games under your belt. Your Miami Hurricanes, who you become a huge fan of now.
I just wanted them in the top 15, and I won a stake thanks to this AP poll that is out that got me fired up earlier with Miami, being a top 14 team now, playing Alabama in the opener.
Alabama 1, Oklahoma 2, Clemson 3, Ohio State 4, Georgia is 5, Texas A&M 6, Iowa State 7, Cincinnati 8, Notre Dame 9, North Carolina 10.
Okay, let's bounce around some of the others. Oregon's in at 11. I think they come out tomorrow, and our 40 and 40 voted on by our listeners and viewers. I think Oregon comes in at number 11 for us, so we're pretty close there. We didn't have Wisconsin as high as the AP voters have Wisconsin at 12.
Close, though. I think we had them at 15. You like them.
Yeah, I had them
because you
close
like
to
the
the
Big
top
Ten
10
overall. If people have been paying attention to the 40 and 40 we've been releasing online, Lance loves him some Big Ten.
Well, I think this defense is going to be really good, almost lights out for Wisconsin this year. The problem last year is they couldn't run the football, and traditionally Wisconsin, obviously one of the best in college football. Graham Mertz is the best quarterback Wisconsin has had since Russell Wilson. So I think with Mertz, if you get a back that emerges, Wisconsin's going to be really good this year.
So they're 12. Florida is 13. And again, if you've watched the 40 and 40 today, Florida is out.
Yeah, Florida's 12 in our 40 and 40
We'll
today.
get to
Not
them.
according to
They're
Lance.
overrated.
Yeah. Miami 14, which won Dunaway the Stakes. Southern Cal 15. LSU 16. Indiana 17.
I think they will take a tremendous fall this year.
They're underrated.
The Hoosiers?
Yeah, Indiana's going to be good this year.
Iowa 18. Penn State 19. Auburn's week 3 opponent. Washington 20.
Way undervalued, by the way.
Oh, Washington,
Yes.
UW. Texas 21.
Maybe a little overrated if you heard Sark talk about his quarterbacks over the weekend.
Coastal Carolina 22. Lafayette 23. I guess it's just Louisiana. It's not Lafayette. Louisiana 23. Utah 24. And Arizona State, Coach Herm, at 25.
Auburn get votes?
Auburn got 32 votes. The next closest SEC team was Ole Miss. They got 106 votes. I think we had them 20th in our 40 and 40. So they were technically 27th.
I think we had an Ole Miss, just to bring this up, and I don't know if this refreshes you, but we talked about the AP because I thought we had 2. You had Ole Miss in the top 25, and I said no. Just see if you can find that. Brown, do you remember this at all? Because I remember you hyping up Lane Kiffin coming into the season.
Don't try to shade Brown. By the way, Auburn.
I actually feel really good about that.
Auburn had 32 votes. 27, 28, 29, 30. That would make them 30th. UAB got 2 votes. So two voters had UAB ranked in their top 25.
Oh, that's really good. So here we go. As we approach the top of the hour here.
Well done, Dunaway. Find it.
No, I've got all of them here. The last 10 seconds, Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin wins 9+ twice while he's at Ole Miss. That's an Ole Miss one that we've got on the record. Kiffin leaves Ole Miss because of success is the one that we started at is 3-1. I got 3-1 there, and those are the only Ole Miss stake bets we have on the record right now.
Sometimes you forget to write.
I do not. When we come back, 3 and out, and Marty Smith in the final hour of the show.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during their summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Here's a riddle for you. What has four walls, one owner, and could solve your financial woes? Your home. That's what. If you're looking for a potential way to turn your home into a hefty payday, a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right is the way to go. A cash-out refi can improve your interest rate while tapping into your home's equity, freeing up cash to pay off debt and lowering your monthly payment. Solve the riddle of your financial woes by visiting mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS ID 2239.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show. That's what it's going to take getting some immediate used to, because we were 6 to 10 Central in the morning for so long. But last time we were in the middle of the day, we were 10 to 2. So the 12 o'clock hour was not the final hour. But as I was writing down notes for today's show, it was weird 9 to 1. It was just a weird time. But that's our time, 9 to 1. So if you're just now joining us on our YouTube Live or watching on replay or listening to us on the app, either on replay, because it will stream 24 hours a day, or live right now. This is the final hour of the show, the 12 o'clock hour. Marty Smith will be up in about 24 minutes. Marty will join us to talk a little college football and life. But we're going to start this hour off, LT, with a little thing we like to call 3 and Out, and it's brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire. 4 great locations.
Yeah, 4 great locations for you. You hear us talk about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive all of the time. Go see them. Gardendale, Hoover, Moody, and Trustful. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, we are focused on the
Wait. It's been so long with the other one. I mean, 12 years, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the
that's a
other
long
one
time,
was, Rockstar, was it 12 years?
It had to be around there. Yeah, that's and it was one of those things that was put together very, very quickly that morning. That was done away. Hey, can we have production on this? And we
here's
go on
an
there
idea,
in 3 minutes.
Right.
Is there a chance we could buy that? Nope. Can
No,
I hear
think
first down again?
First down.
Okay, we can work on that. We
Okay.
got the voice part of it. We'll work on the rest of it.
Can we get some whistles or something behind that?
We'll work on it.
Okay.
Some tackles and some.
When
Brown, can we do? Oh, a whistle would be cool too.
When I said we'll work on it, that was kind of all encompassing.
Okay, give it to me one more time.
All right, let's hear it again.
First down.
Okay. We are focused on our 40 and 40 team Florida, so there's obviously a Florida theme here. If I asked you, our team yesterday that we previewed was the LSU Tigers. If I asked you more total touchdowns this year, would you go Emory Jones or Max Johnson?
Ooh. Emory Jones.
Total touchdowns. It makes me lean Emory Jones.
Yeah.
I think you get a few more running from him than you would Max.
I agree with Brown. I'm going to go Emory Jones.
Yeah, and
Passing
there's a
touchdowns,
chance.
I'll go Max
well,
Johnson.
and there's a chance that in Miles Brennan, it's a broken non-throwing arm. The surgery went well a couple of weeks ago. I mean, there's a chance that he comes back if Max Johnson does struggle, that Miles Brennan could be your guy. I think I would agree with you guys. I think I would go Emory Jones as well.
I feel like the running back room at LSU is not as good as it used to be. It seems thin to me down there, but they got some young talent.
John Embry's got to be better this year.
Yeah, if they get back to running the football more, I think LSU is going to be really good this year, but I think Florida is going to do it more through the air, and I agree with Brown that Emory Jones running for touchdowns gives it to Emory.
Got a feeling that LSU will be the better team this year. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll score more points.
No, it doesn't. I mean, you could convince me LSU's the better team. I'm not as down on Florida as much as you are.
Okay.
Second down.
Who gets to a 14 playoff first, Florida or USC?
I'll take that one first. I'm going to say that Florida gets there first, and I think you said a 14 playoff, though. So I would say neither gets in a 14 playoff. I think it will expand before Florida gets there before USC. I think it'll be an expanded 12-team playoff that Florida makes it.
Last year, USC, it was such an abbreviated year. Even if they would have won Pac-12 championship game and go undefeated, they don't get in. But Florida, if they would have beaten LSU, Florida's in last year. They get in over Notre Dame.
I think I want to go USC in this one. And I know everyone's like, oh, Clay Helton is the coach. I mean, I don't believe Clay Helton's the top 15 or 20 coach in college football. But I could foresee a situation where USC
I think even
is
with
a one-loss team, Pac-12 champion, in the right scenario could do it.
Yeah, depending on what happens in the other conferences.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of confidence. I mean, I think Slovis is going to be really good this year. Overall, I don't have a ton of confidence in USC. I had them 25th on my ballot. But if they went, 11-1 and won the Pac-12 championship, they could get in. I'd be shocked if Florida was in this year.
Third down.
I would be too.
Current job longer. Would you go Kirby Smart at Georgia or Dan Mullen at Florida?
I'm going to go Kirby Smart at Georgia because it's his school. He played there.
Are they pretty close to the same age?
They seem that way to me.
You're good at this, Lance.
Oh.
He used to be good at this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I think Kirby and Dan are right at the same age. I think both of these guys are, I think Dan is 45, and I think Kirby's right at 45. I think they're the same age.
I was going to go 43, 45. Dan Mullen, 2 years older.
Dan Mullen's 49. Kirby's 45.
Okay.
I would say Kirby at Georgia because Jim's right. It is his school. I feel like Georgia fans are marginally more patient than Florida fans. Margin. I mean, not a ton, but marginal.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. Adam throws in on our YouTube chat, does Lane Kiffin ever make it to a college football playoff? 4-team, 8-team, 12-team?
No.
At Ole Miss or just ever?
He says ever.
I'd say no.
You'd say no. Interesting.
Well,
Fourth down.
No is the easy answer there. Yes would be interesting.
More wins in 2021, the Florida Gators or your Miami Dolphins?
I think my Miami Dolphins I think they can get to 11 wins.
See, I've got a
Tough
feeling.
start to the schedule.
And look, and Cam Newton was awful last year, and it looks like he's going to be your starting quarterback. And we'll
I hope
see.
he is week one.
I still think Buffalo is going to dominate the division. I could see New England this year, if they get decent quarterback play, be second best team and Miami be third. I think Miami's more of an 8 or 9 win team.
I watched the preseason game Thursday night against Washington. Mac Jones looks like the better quarterback. It looks like
didn't put him in any tough situations. Easy throws.
The touchdown throw that went right through the receiver's hands.
that was a good toss.
That was a touchdown. He dropped it right out of the chimney. And Cam just can't get the ball down the field anymore. So I think Mac Jones is going to end up being your starter there. I'm with you. I don't think it'll be week one. I think week one the Dolphins face Cam Newton. I think by midseason Mac Jones is your starter.
Yeah, maybe not even that long, Brown, and I think he'll do pretty good.
Who, Mac Jones?
Yeah, I like the way he looks. I like that offense.
Yeah,
I think McDaniel's a really good coordinator. I
Oh,
don't know if
yeah.
he'll be a great head coach. I don't know why it hasn't worked out for him already, but I think he fits Mac's personality well, what he likes to do and everything. I have a feeling the Hurricanes has more wins than the Dolphins do this year by one. I'll take the Miami Hurricanes.
Well,
I mean the Florida Gators, excuse me, over the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I think it'll be close. I would lean Florida 9-3. I think both are probably 8 wins.
I mean, look, again, it was a full SEC schedule, but Florida had 9 wins last year?
8.
8 wins last year. 8 wins.
And that was a really good team.
It was a really good team.
With a bad defense.
With a terrific quarterback and a generational tight end, and still had 8 wins.
I think it's the Dolphins that come up a little lower than that most people thought they would be this year. It seemed like you were about to get over the hump.
This is a homer answer for me, I think, but I'm going to take Dolphins.
Yeah. You?
I'm going to lean the Gators. Again, I think it's 8-8.
I would be very disappointed with an 8-8 out of Miami.
I'll go
or an
8-9.
8-9.
Yeah, I'd go 9 wins Florida, 8 wins Miami. Yeah. And that is 3 and Out, which is brought to you by Vulcan Tire, 4 great locations.
Yeah, great sponsor. Go see the guys, locally owned and operated, 4 locations, Gardendale, Hoover, Moody, and Trustful. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can service out for you. You need new tires, these are the guys you need to go see. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Chris James thinks Kiffin will make the playoffs at Alabama, he says. Leslie, one of our great female listeners, jumps on and says, yeah, the Marty Party is coming up. Marty Party is coming up a little bit later on in the show. We should be here in about 15 minutes. He'll join us today. You can join us later on, anytime on the show at 205-734-0923. That's the phone, 205-734-0923, or on the YouTube chat, or on Twitter at Next Round Live, Part of our show, Brown, is being brought to you by your friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Tell us about Greystone.
Listen, it is Dr. Lee Goldenberg, and I trust my family with Dr. Lee, and you can as well. And the proof is in the pudding, right? Brand new facility right there in Tattersall Park. It is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham, voted best of Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. Listen, he has helped me. He has helped my family. You can enjoy a healthier life today when you visit GreystoneChiropractor.com to make an appointment, or call 205-981-8090. That's GreystoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090. Go see Dr. Lee Goldenberg and his amazing staff there at Greystone Chiropractor.
All right. I wanted to ask you about 3 games happening early in the season, and you tell me potential of an upset, what that upset would be, LT. You throw a line out there, and then we'll talk about these games. These are 3. I mean, obviously, Georgia-Clemson is the premier game maybe in the country all year long, but especially the opening weekend.
Yeah, I mean, fun game, but it's a meaningless game, really.
Because both teams can still make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I've just got this feeling right now, and again, a lot could change before now and then. I think Clemson wins that game. I think Georgia runs the table, and I think they got a one shot against Alabama to get into a college football playoff.
A couple of things about Georgia from the weekend. Good news, Warren Erickson, the starting center, hand injury is not as severe as first thought. They expect him to have him back for the Clemson game. Eric Gilbert, though, personal issues, not really there with the team yet. Kirby wishing him the best right now. Don't know what role he'll play if he plays a role at all.
This has almost become a Duron Carter situation. I mean,
It
we
really has.
did
You're
see
spot on.
Gilbert on the field last year for LSU, but the back and forth, and you just wonder mentally where this kid is right now. And I'm really excited to see him, in this Munkin offense with JT Daniels and the way the offense was clicking at the end of the year, and you've got all your running backs, 5 top running backs coming back. Eric Gilbert was going to be a huge part of this offense.
Yeah, I mean, fair or not, it feels like you get a lot extra with Eric Gilbert.
Yeah, the baggage.
Yeah, I mean,
the unknown baggage.
I don't know if I should say fair or not, because I think history has shown us you do. And right now, Georgia is living that. I don't know if the guy's going to be on the field this year or not, it appears.
Jackson and Burton receivers banged up, and they're working their way back, could be ready to roll for that Clemson game as well. So some concerns for Kirby coming out of their first weekend of contact over in Athens, Georgia. But that game aside, we know how good that is. We talk a lot about Miami, Alabama all the time. Oregon, Ohio State early in the year here. Oregon at Ohio State. Who's the favorite by how much? And then tell me potential for an upset, because I was reading on Saturday Down South, Oregon fans are still sort of wondering, this is the headline, Oregon fans still wondering, can Mario Cristobal coach? He's won 2 Pac-12 championships, and there's still some doubt.
That was an asterisk last year.
Yep.
Look, it was and it was an upset over Utah 2 years ago. Look, he can coach. Is he an elite coach? Not in my opinion. They've got 16 returning starters, but Tyler Shuck takes off and goes to Lubbock, and he's now Texas Tech starting quarterback. Anthony Brown, who we saw in the bowl game, former Boston College product, is going to be that guy. I don't think the offense is going to be as good. And it was even dialed back to 31 points per game last year. Kayshon Thibodeau is obviously one of the best defenders in college football.
Maybe your overall number 1 pick.
Could be. I look at this Oregon schedule. Ohio State's going to be a double-digit favorite in that game.
I was going to say, could this one get ugly?
I think it could get ugly. I think right now I would list Ohio State as a 13-point favorite in that game. And I would take Ohio State.
And that's going to be billed as the biggest game in the nation that week.
Yeah, I'll take, if you want stake, I'll take Ohio State minus 13 right now.
Here's what's happened, Rockstar. Lance has found out
I've got him scrambling. I had no idea. I would have thought we were even on stakes, and I still think Ole Miss was part of it.
How far down is Lance now?
He's down 4.
So Lance is down 4 stakes, and since he found that out, I think that's the 4th stake bet suggestion he's made.
No, come on, man.
And he's not biting. Usually he's jumpy.
Well, I'm waiting for the lights to be able to flash when we take a stake bet. I'm saving these for tomorrow's
Poor
show.
Scott.
Tune in tomorrow because we'll have the LED lights that'll just go crazy tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. On tomorrow's show.
We have to have an open for the lights, too.
Oh, you've got it now?
No, we have to have an open.
No, Forrester gave him a thumbs up. I saw the thumbs up. To Dunaway, that means we can do it right now.
Okay, he gave me a thumbs up. So we'll reenact real quick.
Okay.
For winning the Miami stake bet, which was Miami. I had 15th or higher in the AP poll, and LT had 16th or lower. Okay,
we'll reenact it. All right. At number 13, guys, we got the Florida Gators.
Okay.
They're at number 13. Now, what was the bet?
Miami's got to be 15 or higher.
15 or higher? Okay. Number 14, the U of Miami.
Woohoo! I won it.
Oh, no.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. Touchdown, baby. Oh, there's some lights.
It's different colors now.
Bizarro world. How in the hell are you up 4 stakes?
Where you be now, Tony? That's what that reminds me of. Shout out, Berno.
Ain't nothing going on in Augusta.
I don't hear from him anymore.
He texted us, sometime around June 16th.
Yeah.
That's the last time I heard from him.
MIA, though.
Yep.
I texted last week wishing us luck.
Oh, did he? I didn't get that one. I must have just gone to you.
I didn't get it.
So we see who Verno likes the most.
Clay Travis texted us
He
last
did
night.
last night.
Oh,
Yep.
you all got it? Okay. Thought it was just me.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't get it.
Yeah. Probably doesn't have your number, Rockstar. He's waiting for the Rockstar camera to be operational.
You're talking about a busy man.
Clay?
Yeah, he's busy.
Washington and Michigan.
Ooh. Again, I'm high on Washington this year.
I think Michigan's pretty good, too.
I think Michigan's going to be better. We'll talk about this all of the time, and we've said it a million times. 2020 was such a bizarre year, and especially in the Big Ten. I agree with you. I think Michigan's going to be better. I think Washington might actually be favored on the road, like slight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've given up predicting Jim Harbaugh's future, but boy, you dropped that one, Lance.
I think Washington is going to be, in my opinion, the best team in the Pac-12 this year. They're coming off a 3-1. They've got 18 returning starters. Jimmy Lake, finally that full offseason. He's got command. The players love him. And from what I saw with Dylan Morris last year, there's some flashes there. Washington's got some players. I think Washington's going to be really good. I think Washington will go on the road and they'll beat Michigan, and that's going to be a bad loss.
Oh, it's a terrible loss
for Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, because he's going to lose to Ohio State too.
When you look at the Big Ten is loaded this year.
One more, UCLA and LSU. Is there a chance that LSU, who I think we all three of us think that LSU is bouncing back a little bit, a little bump back?
They were
this year?
5-5 last year. They're going to be better than that.
But UCLA in this first game, is there a chance Chip can flip the script in the alphabet game?
Well, you think about Chip Kelly's going into year 4. He's 10-21. I mean, sooner or later, this is a guy that's got to find a way to win some of these big games, and this is a huge game, and it's a really strange, fun helmet game that I don't think we've ever, or at least I can't remember ever watching LSU UCLA.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Never seen LSU play in that venue for sure. LSU is going to be a slight favorite, but with Dorian Thompson-Robinson coming back and There's no more excuses for Chip Kelly. He has got to have a winning year this year, and he's got to beat some quality opponents. It starts with LSU. Right now, I lean LSU, though.
LSU lean for LT. You know, you can get LT's plays all the time at lanceslock.com, and it's time right now for our lock of the day, a little baseball action for LT, and it's brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Our buddy Jeremy Purvis and the guys over there, they bring us the lock every day. And LT, where are you going with baseball today?
I am taking the A's. They were on a heater, and I haven't been in baseball, if you've been paying attention. 1-1-1 yesterday. We got the push in our only preseason game we gave out. Had some bad beats over the weekend. I talked to you guys about that. But we're taking the A's. Catching a little bit. I think they're plus 105 right now. I will give you a up-to-the-minute number on that. Right now... if you would just bear with me.
Well, you look, I'll tell you that right now, you can find Jeremy Purvis and his team to handle your commercial and residential plumbing needs. They give you free quotes, 205-516-4927, 205-516-4927, or ironmountainworld.com. All your plumbing and jetter services, ironmountainworld.com. Just train it.
Yeah, so actually A's on the road taking on Forster's White Sox, fittingly here. Dallas Keuchel on the hill for the White Sox. I'm taking the A's. They're actually a slight favorite now, minus 110. So taking the A's minus 110.
A's minus 110, that is the lock of the day.
UCLA and LSU have never met. That will be the first time.
Wow.
And LSU has never played in Pasadena.
Yeah,
That's
that
crazy.
is hard to believe. You're right. And by the way, Cody, did you see this from our YouTube chat? He gives the Bear Chris Felica credit for this. Vanderbilt, the only current Power 5 team never to be ranked in the preseason poll. Two teams have been ranked once, Rutgers and Wake Forest.
How about that?
So another preseason poll has come out, and Vandy, and they're far away, by the way, remains the one team never to be preseason ranked.
Marty Smith is coming up in our next segment on the next round. Rockstar, I bet you know the answer to this. Mental Floss on Twitter last night said a legend rock and roll frontman at one time was a baggage handler at Heathrow Airport. Do you know who that was?
I think I do. I've got a good guess.
I mean, the man.
Is that right, though?
It is not correct.
Oh, it's not right.
I was going to say Robert Plant.
Paul
Adam
McCartney.
Not correct. Not correct. It was Freddie Mercury.
Wow.
Was that in Bohemian Rhapsody? I think there might have been something.
I still have never seen it.
You
It's
think I'm
worth
being
watch.
set up as a joke? I mean, Mental Floss doesn't lie. Doesn't Courtney Cox own Mental Floss, or did it one time?
That I don't know, too.
You got some weird references.
You really do. Why would Courtney Cox on Mental Floss?
Is this a dream? Is all this just a
fever
dream?
Done away.
Mental Floss on Twitter. Frontman Freddie Mercury was a baggage handler at Heathrow Airport.
And more than Heathrow.
Yeah. So there you go. Your little weird fact of the day. More with Marty next on the next round.
On Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons. Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Back on the Next Round, Marty Smith in just a second. We've covered a lot of stuff. Not the shot that was taken, though, by the current AD at Arkansas, Hunter Yurachek. Did you see that over the weekend?
Yeah.
He took a spike, a cleat, to the face and neck area in the scrimmage, flipped over and joked because Arkansas released the video and joked, "Thank you for releasing the video. It proves I was at the scrimmage and not on my motorcycle."
Yikes.
Yeah.
I mean, that is
Yurachek.
he wasn't even the AD then.
No, he wasn't. That was Jeff Long.
Yeah.
You know, but Yurachek, I guess if you're an Arkansas fan, you can laugh now because you hated losing what was such a good coach in Bobby Petrino, by the way, on that list that we did earlier, 73rd.
Okay.
Well-deserved, I think. But now Sam Pittman, based on what he did year one, I mean, I didn't know who Sam Pittman was 2 years ago. I just didn't. And I was blown away with how competitive that team was and with what they've got coming back. They are going to be a really difficult out. So I think if you're Yurachek, you can have a little fun with this. Probably not the most professional look.
A guy who gets to talk to all the SEC coaches at SEC Media Days and a wonderful setup out there is Marty Smith with Marty and McGee. Marty, welcome to the Next Round. We appreciate you being one of our first guests on the new show, new platform, buddy. How are you?
Congratulations, boys.
Thank you, Marty.
The American dream, baby.
It is, absolutely.
Son of a plumber.
Yeah, it is the American dream. Can I ask you, I watched you be the only one-armed cornhole champion the other night on the Ocho. You had cold beer. Was it a cold beer in one hand, throwing that bean bag in the other hand? Because nobody else held their drink like you did.
Well, nobody else won either. I feel like you got to have a counterbalance. I mean, I said that when I got asked to do this by the ESPN talent group. They said, "Hey, we need you guys to go play cornhole on August 6th." And I thought, well, okay. And then they coolers full of beer. He's like, "You can drink beer?" I was like, "Great, I'm going to drink beer." So I drank beer on national television, and I won the tournament with my buddy Ryan Smith, my new buddy. And we chugged beer on SportsCenter. It was just, I mean, you talk about the American dream. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was having to pick an ESPN personality that would be good at cornhole, I mean, Marty, you would be my go-to guy. But, you know, randomly on like ESPN2, they'll show these cornhole championships. And I basically watched any and everything during the pandemic. And I'm just blown away at how good those people are. They don't miss.
No, they don't miss. And they have all this terminology. There's like a whole glossary of cornhole terminology, and 85% of it we can't say live on any broadcast because we get fired. But they dunk it almost every time. I mean, the shots that they make, it's like watching the PGA Tour guys. You watch them take golf shots, and if you don't know golf, you look at it and go, well, that looks easy. And then when you learn golf, you go, it's ridiculous what they do. They make the impossible look pedestrian. It's the same thing with these cornhole guys.
What is, and I don't even know that you can explain this, what is your strategy? What is your cornhole strategy?
Aim at the hole, son.
Okay, well, that's very simple. Keep it simple, Marty. Crack a beer and aim at the hole. That's what you do.
There's not a whole lot of strategic thinking involved in my cornhole procedures, but yeah, I just went right after it, man, and it worked sometimes. It didn't work sometimes. It made me laugh what it did on social media and everything. I wasn't paying that close attention, and McGee called me on our drive home. He goes, "Have you looked at Twitter?" I said, "No, I haven't looked at Twitter." And he goes, "Look at Twitter." So I looked at Twitter, and it was crazy. Like, we have done these award-winning pieces on this ESPN show or that ESPN show, massive, many thousands of dollars productions, beautiful writing, tons of edit, and 7 people said, "That's a great job, man. That was a good story." And you go play cornhole on TV and drink beer, and the world explodes.
Yep.
It just tells you where we are.
It's always the way it is. It's always the way it is. Marty Smith is with us from ESPN on the Next Round presented by Bud Light. Do you know yet, and you may even not be able to reveal this, your week 1 assignment in college football, the story that they want you to cover?
So I know where I'm going, and if I got to believe it's been announced. I mean, I'm going to Atlanta. I got Bama and Miami week 1.
Right.
And that's awesome. I mean, what an amazing experience down there. Get to be with the Tide and see how that all unfolds. And Manny Diaz is trying to build something down in Coral Gables. He's got a really good quarterback who's taking great advantage of the name, image, likeness rulings. And I just can't wait to see how this unfolds. I mean, I expect Bama to steamroll Miami, but who knows? They're replacing a lot of studs, and we haven't seen Bryce Young play any meaningful minutes yet. So that'll be new. And with live bullets coming at him and all that, we know he's got crazy talent. We know he's one of the most coveted recruits ever there. But, it's a little different when it's real. So we'll get a look at what that looks like. And they're taking Marty and McGee on the road this year. We're so grateful that we get the opportunity to be a part of that and lead into SEC Nation, 9 to 10 Eastern every Saturday. We'll be on campus wherever Nation is. And let me tell you guys this. This is crazy. They bought a 1965 Chevrolet pickup truck and sawed it in half and retrofitted couches into the bed and the front and the hood, and that is our set. I mean,
now will you be able to drink beer on that set?
Well, you never know, dude. I might just go full-blown Stone Cold Steve Austin and shotgun a couple at the end of the show leading into Laura Rutledge in the
Stone Cold Steve Austin says so, Marty.
That's it. There you go. That's it. But I'm just looking forward to it, fellas. I can't wait to get back to the real energy again. I was blessed to get to cover games last year, but it wasn't the same. So I can't wait to get back to what it's supposed to feel like, what it's supposed to look like. And I hope that continues throughout the fall with this new Delta variant and what that may mean. But hopefully we can just keep stadiums full.
Well, man, you always find the best story. But, when you're looking at Miami and you brought him up, I mean, Derek King's coming back for his 6th year of football. When I saw him early on at Houston, I thought he was a can't-miss NFL guy. And, he's still got that opportunity coming up. But I'm just still blown away the guy's still playing college football. But, of those 6 years and the journey, that's got to be quite the story in itself.
Yeah, I mean, it is an amazing story and started at Houston. I actually had – so Jalen Hurts' first game at Oklahoma, he played against Derek King in Houston, in Norman, Oklahoma. And I remember that night Lincoln Riley saying to me in the post-game press conference, Derek King's one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the country, one of the top 5 playmakers in the country. And at that time I was like, really? And okay, we saw him make a couple plays tonight against Oklahoma, but they're not known as like a defensive stalwart program. So, but as I've watched him unfold as a player and evolve as a player, I had a couple of his games, Miami games last year, and the composure and the leadership and the way that he operates, a phenomenal young man. And I know you guys know, maybe some of the listeners don't. Kyle Trask sat behind De'Aaron King in high school for the entire high school career.
Yep.
And that tells you a lot, because Kyle Trask is a really good football player.
I want to get a little personal with you here, take you back to your roots, because we did the ESPN. Bill Connolly's a great guy, but we did the ESPN top 100 coaches last 50 years that he had out on ESPN.com over the weekend. And you click on it, and there's an editor's note at the top saying they accidentally left Frank Beamer off the original post of the story. And they
went over like a fart in church in Blacksburg.
and they reinserted him at 27, which is not, it's great respect at 27. But Marty, how do you overlook Frank Beamer?
Well, it means you failed. I mean, that man's influence on my life is beyond measure, and the influence that he had not only on Blacksburg, Virginia, but on college football. I mean, he was one of those guys that was hired to do a job from Murray State, and his first several years there were not even mediocre. They were not good. And as he started to penetrate Tidewater in recruiting, and he started to pluck some players that in previous years had either left the state altogether or decided to go to UVA for whatever reason. And so he started to get some of those guys. And then in the mid-'90s, early 90s really, I mean, winning the Independence Bowl in 93 was just this massive moment for us. And then from there, it just grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. And then in 1999, Michael Vick shows up, and you're playing for national championship. Like, it's bananas. But his influence is national because he made Blacksburg, Virginia, a national landmark. I don't care if you live in Spokane, Washington, or Miami, Florida, or Bangor, Maine. I mean, you know where Blacksburg, Virginia is, and it's because of Coach Beamer and what he built with Virginia Tech football. Absolute legend. And 27 is fair. I will take 27.
Marty Smith for a few more moments on the next round. Don't forget, lots of big dates coming up for hunters listening in our audience. Be prepared with Nichols Outfitters, Firearms Ammo, one of the largest showrooms in the Birmingham area. Find what you're looking for at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242, I-65 in Pelham, or visit them online while you're online here with us at the next round, nicholsoutfitters.com. How much, other than the last name, how much Frank is in Shane? Because Shane, it's not as difficult a job, obviously, as Frank took over at Virginia Tech, but it's not an easy job right now he's got at South Carolina.
I mean, it's not one I'd envy.
No.
Just because of the powerful, I mean, the saturation of talent in the Southeastern Conference it's just amazing. But his enthusiasm is every bit as amazing. I mean, that is his dream job, being in Columbia. And I don't say that because he has told me that way before he became the head coach at South Carolina. And if you remember what he did during the heyday when Spurrier was there and all those great players, Alshon Jeffrey and Marcus Lattimore and Jadeveon Clowney, all those guys came to South Carolina, and Shane ran recruiting. He was the recruiting director. So he knows how to get the best talent down there. And he's going to have to do it because it's going to be an uphill slog, man. I mean, look, you got Georgia's going to be really, really good. Florida stands to be really good. And then you have the whole West. I mean, like the entire West has potential to be good. So, look, man, it might take time, and hopefully that fan base and that administration understands that he could build something. I mean, there might be some Clemson people who bristle at this, but his enthusiasm and belief in self and believe in concept and believe in philosophy remind me so much of Dabo, young Dabo at Clemson. Like, nobody believed that Dabo Swinney would build a national power. Nobody, except Dabo Swinney. And so that's what I mean. I really think that Shane has that same enthusiasm, and the players love it. They feed off of it, and kids love to play for that kind of guy. So I really hope that it goes amazingly well for him, because he's an amazing person, and there is a lot of Frank and Shane, a lot.
Most random place you were recognized this summer?
Golly. Most random place I was recognized this summer.
Because I saw you on the coast. I didn't personally see it, but I saw
Yeah.
your Twitter. On the Twitter, you were there.
I'm trying to think about where that would have been, because, and look, that's a hard question, because when you answer it, you're like, it's like you're trying to be cool, like, oh yeah, I get recognized everywhere. But I mean, everywhere from random boating trips, like the guy, I'm pulling into this marina in nowhere, Texas, and the guy is like, "What's up, Marty? The hell are you doing here?" And I mean, the same thing happens in New Jersey. It's just, look, man, it's the power of ESPN and the blessings that I've gotten to cover so many different things. I was in a basketball tournament this summer. One of Laney's high school friends lost her father to cancer, and he was a patriarch in the community. And so they held a basketball tournament in his honor, and we didn't get asked to play. We got told we were playing. And we're really old, man. And so we're playing against these kids, and I'm leaned over, like gasping for oxygen, tugging on my shorts. And one of these young kids looks at me and goes, "Hey, Mr. Marty, what are you doing in Sea Isle City, New Jersey?" And I said, "Man, just when the game's over, I'll tell you. Right now, I need all my oxygen."
I don't have enough air.
But yeah, man, just crazy. What a blessing, right? I mean, just so cool.
Yeah, a big blessing, guy. Tell us about, as you get out of here, plug your country music podcast, which is amazing.
man.
And tell me that Luke Combs is as nice a guy as I think he is in person.
Nicer.
Nicer.
I mean, he's just the absolute best. He's the most normal, real guy, and he's absolutely hysterically funny, and he makes what he does look so simple. It's not fair. But yeah, I mean, it's the Marty Smith podcast at Outsider Studios. It's on our new Outsider platforms, and that's going to be we're going to do something really special with that company. We're in the process of doing it now. It's outsider.com. Go check it out. And we're championing the middle, in a really fractured time. We are really championing God, country, family, faith, hunting, fishing, country music, and it's really working, and we're just getting started. So, yeah, I've interviewed Travis Tritt and Tracy Lawrence and Luke Combs and Clay Walker and, I mean, just Mark Miller from Sawyer Brown, and they've been so fulfilling for me because I'm just such a country music nerd, and to get to learn about those guys and how they got where they are and the challenges that they faced and all the crazy mess that comes with fame that you never dream about, which is a lot. I mean, fame can really screw with some people. And those guys have been so vulnerable in sharing all that with me. And I think if you're a country music, well, if you like the human element, you don't even have to be a country music fan. Go to Apple or whatnot and search it. It's the Marty Smith podcast. I did name it The Road You Leave Behind originally, but my partners came to me and said, we need to do a better job of branding it. And I said, do whatever you want to do. I don't care what you call it, because I just want to do the interviews. But it's amazingly fulfilling. And kind of like you guys, you take a chance and you decide, I think this would really work. And when it's working, it's very fulfilling. And I'm proud of you guys. Y'all are the best.
Thank you, Marty. Always nice talking with you, buddy. Have a great week.
Anytime. See ya.
All right, see ya. That is Marty Smith of ESPN, at Marty Smith ESPN on Twitter, and the Outsider podcast, that Outsider Network. I've not been able to stop and watch him, but he has Marty's connections in country music are crazy, man. I mean, some of the big names he's gotten.
Every time he drops a new one, I listen to it and watch it.
You know, it goes back to the early days with us talking to Marty. I know he's got a really personal relationship with Eric Church, so I'm sure the networking and all of those guys are sports fans.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so they watch Marty, and Marty's just such a relatable guy to that genre.
Yeah, really intertwined. Congratulations to the Rock the South folks who got through the weekend with another big event here locally. Luke Combs part of that this past weekend. Reese writes in, says when he was a kid, they used to drive from Maysville, Kentucky to Blacksburg, Virginia to watch Jim Drunkenmiller and the Hokies play. Buddy's grandfather was a VPI graduate. That was what Virginia Tech was called back in the day, VPI.
I remember
Drunkenmiller. Do you guys remember who he played for in the NFL?
I was about to say, I remember him playing for the NFL.
Broncos.
Was it the Vikings?
No, it was actually the 49ers, and they had a couple of decent years. I remember him going into the darkest stadium in the NFL, which was the Edward Jones Dome.
No doubt, yeah.
For the Rams, and I remember Drunkenmiller beating us a couple of times.
Shane writes in, says the next round logo above Jim's head kind of looks like a large hair bow, or at least in his case, a bear head bow.
Yeah. If you move your head just a little bit, it does.
Like that right there.
Yeah.
Kind of one big Mickey Mouse ear.
It really does.
That's gigantic.
Gigantic. For a gigantic head, no doubt about that. Mortgage Right brings us the show today, in part. Mortgage Right, they can get your mortgage anywhere in the United States.
They can, Dunaway. If you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, make sure you act now before those rates go on the rise with locations nationwide. Lending directly to home buyers. Our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lenders.
Jason writes in and says, you were close, Dunaway. Mental Floss was co-founded by a 1997 Hoover alum, Will Pearson, and someone else from Duke. Courtney Cox used it as a prop in one of the episodes of Friends because she liked the magazine and of her Birmingham ties. I knew Courtney Cox blended in with Mental Floss somehow there.
Speaking of entertainment, I just see on one of our bottom monitors on this date in '96, Tin Cup was released.
Love that movie.
Not a fan.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was entertaining. Ron Shelton, who we had on the show years ago, director, writer, he did a lot of different things. He did White Man Can Jump. He did Bull Durham, probably most famous for that. But I think, Ron Shelton was, for that sports comedy, he was, and it was a little more detailed, the characters. I thought he did a good job, not necessarily with Tin Cup. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, all three of those not sports movies, they're romantic comedies.
Well, back to our shower thought. I mean, how many movies can you think of that don't have at least some kind of romantic twist to it?
Absolutely. Thank you so much to our friends, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. They are our studio sponsor, and Bud Light presents the next round every day. And for the first time, legally,
wondered if this was going to happen.
I might today.
No, we're about to do it next segment. Final segment. It's next segment.
Okay. Well, we were going to do it on Fridays, but I'm down. I'm ready.
It's only a Monday.
So it's not the end of every segment? I mean, every show? We're not having a beer at the end of every show?
Well, I mean, we could do it at the end of every Friday. We got something a little more special coming up, and there will be some interesting things.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm willing and ready. I'm walking over there right now.
Cold beer when we come back. As we head to break, Brownie tells us about our great friends at Standiford Insurance. Jessup Standiford has been taking care of you and me a long time.
Yep. They've, by the way, auto rates lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. So now is the time to call Jessup Standiford, the Standiford Insurance Group. They have been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years. Have the right products, the right price to earn your business. Call them today, 205-664-3200, or on the web, standifordinsuranceGroup.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, vulcantireandauto.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I don't know if everybody knows about our music.
Are we going to share that with them right now?
Yeah, we probably should.
A little on-air cheers, thanks to our friends at Bud Light who present the Next Round.
Yes,
exclusively.
We really appreciate everything they have done over the last couple of weeks for us. And again, we have a surprise coming over the next couple of days that as we put this thing together, you guys know how excited I am about one of the final pieces to the puzzle.
Yep. And again, we appreciate everyone being with us on day one. We set this date, and this was the date we wanted to start. And
very ambitious, by the way.
Yeah, boy, it was.
It was only 60 days, and we've
to the day.
Yeah, found this place. I mean, carpet paint, everything was picked out and done with a great team of people that jumped in and helped us out. But a lot of it originated in the heads of really LT and Brownie for the most part.
I don't know. If you...
God, I don't compliment you enough. I wish you'd just take one.
If you go look at Next Round Live, you'll see the before and after. To try to remember what this room looked like before Hallmark Construction got a hold of it is really difficult because it is totally different.
Well, that was the funny thing when we were all together, when we were looking at different properties. The first thing we tried to envision where the studio would be, and when we hit this individual property, this room made the most sense because we had space. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I've been in a million studios, but across our years of broadcasting, we've been on locations in other venues that weren't ours. And this is by far the nicest studio I've ever been in.
And it's because what we said as a group, we want to do this the right way. We want it to look the best it can, to sound and operate the best it can. And hey, we're still getting there. We get that. But
hey, and shout out to Richie and Madeline, the desk from Business Interiors.
Yep.
I've been calling them Birmingham Interiors forever. So it's Business Interiors.
It's Business Interiors. They're in Birmingham.
Yeah. And this thing is, not only is it bolted to the 4th floor of the Blue Lake Center, it is drilled into it. When James Spann or another meteorologist, our friend Stephanie Walker, or whomever tells us to find a safe place, my safe place here is going to be under this desk. It's not going anywhere.
Almost convinced Mark Mangino could stand on top of it.
I hope
let's not test it.
Hope we get a chance to try
Let's
that.
not test that, yeah. And you'll notice in the shots behind Lance, we got the glass wall. If you look at the video we tweeted out earlier today.
That was very important, the glass wall.
Yeah, this was still not, you can see behind Lance, a glass wall when you watch on the video. That was a vision we had. We didn't know if we could pull it off. And our buddies at Nelson Glass. You might have read the Joe Goodman column at AL.com. We tried our best to support as many Birmingham companies as we could. Now, not everything we did could be purchased out of Birmingham, but Birmingham has supported us so much.
Like
we wanted to support them.
The whole desk in the front, Rob Thomas
put that
together.
CSE Graphics, they're right here in Birmingham.
All that's everywhere. And
we did as much as we could right here in Birmingham because it means a lot to us.
But, we try to visualize what was going to be put down, and honestly, it looks better than I ever thought it could.
Yeah.
And today, really, we have not been able to do a 4-hour practice, a 1-hour practice. The most we did was yesterday. We got a mystery 5th hour. So to Rockstar, Scott, and everyone else who has worked away from the set here.
And thank God we had nut dust yesterday.
Yeah, amazing job by everyone who's helped us, the HD guys, the AV guys,
Steve
the
Horton,
HC
HDI
guys.
pros. Woo, good.
Big Don.
Yeah,
Big Don.
Luke and his crew, Big Don. Everybody just
to pull it,
just thank you so much because this has been a dream come true for me today.
And to pull it off
and girlfriends too, man.
Oh, no doubt. To pull it off in 60 days is incredible, but we didn't sign the lease on this building on day one either.
Yeah.
So, it is incredible the people that had to break their backs to make this happen today. We're among the least of them.
Yeah, final thoughts on Twitter. James, big Georgia fan, watching you guys getting in and out of those chairs is hilarious. You apparently need a chair sponsor. I will tell you that chairs became very important to us at some point in our career.
These are new, at least.
And these are
awesome.
These are high-end, almost $1,000 a piece chairs.
Easy.
We may have spent too much on chairs. They are so good, and they are high for a short guy like me, but they're a lot of fun.
It's not the womb chair, which we'll have to get on video one day. But
John writes in, if I drink as much water as LT, I would not make it a full segment without having to go to the bathroom.
3 times already during the show, John, I have had to run down the hall and go to the bathroom, and now I'm on beer. So there we go.
So thank you, Bud Light. Thank you, Birmingham Racecourse and Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, and every other sponsor that's been a part of the show today. That is show number 1. Don't forget, the live stream starts back in about 4 minutes right here on the Next Round Live app.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulia, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $398 per month for a 24-month lease with only $2,900 down plus first payment, tax, title at delivery. 10,000 miles per year. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or online alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.